ahead and do that, shall we? Man, I really wish I had started a bit earlier. I really wish I would have started a bit earlier. So I also should have. As I mentioned in a few posts, there are also a few things that I want to do while during a stream. A few co-working things that I wish to do during streams. And actually, like trying to check where did I place the text file for annotating the things that I wanted to do during the intro Zatsus. Because I know I had it somewhere. I do know that I had it somewhere. And also, by the way, I actually finished I'm about to finish the script for a special short about the history of La Capella Sistina of the Sistine Chapel. It was always apparently like a central or like a very important chapel fortification within the papal residence. But it did not have the name Sistine until it underwent a restoration from the Pope Sixtus VI, Il Papa Sixto Sexto. No, that is not Italian. That is not Italian. But the Pope Sixtus VI, and then it was renamed Sistine in his honor. So I suppose that technically calling 16 will not be completely a mistake. It will not be correct, but it will not be completely a mistake. Okay. Apparently, I do not have. I'm just gonna like search laser on my whole computer and let's see what comes up. But let's check out also if this. Let's actually play an ad here, and let's check if the YouTube stream is playing properly. It seems that it is actually. Fortunately, it does seem that it is. But man, the quality of the stream in YouTube looks so bad. The YouTube quality looks so bad. It hurts how bad it looks. Like, comparing it to Twitch is actually night and day. I had no idea why Twitch has that massive difference in encoding quality. Decoding quality, I suppose. But it's actually amazing. Like, the way that it looks on YouTube is like, wow. It is not good, I can tell you that. Alright. So, I wanted to try and see if I could also play, not play, but open my video editor application, DaVinci Resolve, while I'm streaming. But right now that probably seems like a bit of a risky endeavor, because I see that my CPU is already overcharged, almost overcharged. So it's not worth to try it right now, I don't think. I'm going to experiment with that at the end of the stream. Okay, so just allow me for one moment and that's before we're going to do. I'm gonna do a few clerical tasks before moving on to reactions. And well, it's a bit silly that I have it on this because we're actually going to move to, was it karaoke room? No, it wasn't karaoke room 1, it was karaoke room 2, I believe. Yes, it's karaoke room 2. Okay. And I'm actually going to take out the now singing thingy. And I'm actually thinking of how I want to do this one. I'm actually thinking of how I want to do it. Now, let's just open the Brave browser already. And I will like open the video that I want to open in a browser window. That's probably going to be easier because we already want to oh, and we can also okay, if I can't do DaVinci Resolve, I can do Audacity. I can do like recordings. I can edit some audio recordings that I have in Audacity. There is actually a really fun one that I did is Sayandere in that I'm probably going to release for Solfege. So where should I actually place this? All in simple, melody guys, stories. Where is Follies? That's so weird. Where is Follies? Okay, fine. Folly. Put pages rolling. Marvelous. I had no idea why I have an Adobe advertisement here. I already stored this thing here on Audacity. I had been writing a few short stories also, by the way. I like to fashion myself a writer. Not a good writer, mind you, but I like to write. I actually like to write. And one thing that I could try actually today is maybe a few monologues of Shakespearean speeches, because I want to try pertain more to some of my interests and some of the lore. I really want to try to be more of a lore heavy VTuber, which in the case of Buenarroti of Alconist means sharing classical or historical art as the common legacy of humanity. One of the most immediate things that I can see how to do that is actually, you know what? You know who that Miss Kisuna Ai had that stream or so where like she went recovering her memories as she watched more and more of her own old videos. I think lore stream. Algonis remembers gradually what the character is or where he comes from. As he sees pieces of classical art and remember more and more of them. Okay, excellent. Wonderful, we already are co-working. We already are doing something, isn't that beautiful? Hey! Should we actually do the Andy cosplaying here? No, I don't know about that. And anyways, why is it that in... What? When did that happen? Okay. We even got a nice screenshot out of it too. Wow. Look, check it out, 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 check it out. I shouldn't be so close to the microphone, sorry. Smug Falcon. Browsing, and then we go to images. Beautiful. Amazing. Okay, now this isn't quite what I wanted to search for though. Where should we go here? New browser window. Oh no, not this window. Not this window either. This one. My apologies that I still tend to blank in my head as I. Oh no. Okay, this is going to be too good.
Tenemos que entender.
This is going to be too good, yeah. Okay, I need to wait until more Spanish speaking people are until more Spanish speaking people are here for the clip that I'm going to, for the clip that I'm referring to. Macri cantando Atrapalo ya. Okay. Okay. Journey to Find Stars. It's like I almost completely lose the ability to thread some thoughts together when I hit live. I had no idea why, but for some reason sometimes it's like super difficult for me to like start having coherent thoughts or speaking coherently in a stream. It feels a little lame that like it has been over a year. I'm pretty sure that by this point it has been more than a year that I had been doing this, but I still get so anxious. Like I still get so shy. I still get so shy. So like sometimes it is a little thought to because I feel so much that, for example, okay, it's live, I have to do something to make it entertaining, then that makes it so that I am so focused on like performance or performing that it makes it difficult for me to be able to stop for a moment and meditate well on the words that I want to say. It obviously does not help either that I am way more ESL than I realize. So having to do the in vivo translation, the live translation for my occasionally somewhat abstract thoughts, it also adds a potential stumbling block. Okay. So we already have the thing here. We go to Journey to Find Stars. Wonderful. So now you might wonder, why exactly are we watching Journey to Find Stars? The reason why we are is because I am doing the Holostars Karaoke, right? Well, we can actually watch a little bit of that, and I can actually go to a road sketch of some of the ideas that I had for the karaoke, and then I can go explain my method. Which, by the way, I had completed the cover video for Miss Calliope Morris' End of a Life. It has a decent bit of editing. I am, I don't know if I can say that I am precisely satisfied with how it turned out, but it at least, come on, where is it? Window capture, right? Where Brave browser for Karaoke. Wonderful. Now we need to select Journey to Find Stars. Hey, what are those tabs? What are those tabs? Excellent. Okay, we are only going to do like the first. We're only going to do like 5 minutes of this, and then we are actually going to the. We're actually starting the reactions. Wonderful. Okay. I don't think there is anything here that we need to be worried about. Alright, excellent. So why am I so focused on doing something so quote unquote simple as no, I want it to be on something so simple as a karaoke. Karaoke is just singing, right? Well, on the one hand, I want to do a really good singing because music is one of the things that I'm actually really passionate about in Vtubing. But additionally, given that I will almost certainly not be able to do like any of those fancy concerts or anything like that, karaokes are the closest thing that I will ever come to a fancy concert. And thus, I want to have like certain special effects, stage directions to make it feel like something special. And I know that sometimes a lot of these little stage directions do look a bit campy, do look a bit silly. But I am starting out doing all these kind of things, and I simply I don't have the money for a cover. I don't have the money to pay an editor for like an actual fancy cover. I am still not skilled enough as an editor to do it myself, and I most certainly will not be able to pay an editor in the next 2 years or something. So I will have to figure out a way. I am gonna have to figure out a way. Okay. So let's go over the video. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna have time to actually watch much of the other video. We can only watch like a little bit of Kaika Sengen, and then we go. The initial idea was to have my model also appear alongside the Holostars in this intro area. So for example here, like very roughly, something kind of around here, then moving around here, then moving around here, and then moving around here, and then moving around here. I guess some people will probably wonder, would the model not stand out about the had the color mismatch? It will actually not be super difficult to. Sorry here. It will actually not be super difficult to put a second layer of the Brave browser. No, if it, we need to delete this one. It probably released it as a reference, not a duplicate, and make it color correction, blah blah blah, and actually significantly reduce the opacity of the upper layer. That way we can like retain in a very cheap way. Remember that I don't have a powerful computer either. Had a sort of layover effect. Even this is, for example, kind of okay. And actually, we can actually like also use a different fashion mode. So that way it can look a little, bit here. Well, but okay. Yeah, okay. Amazing. But eventually I decided it will be much cheaper and simpler to simply do it as do this part of video editing, because we don't really need to have any movement in the model in this part, given that the characters themselves here are not really moving. All right. Now let me see. We should have it here. I want to have it so that we utilize the move plugin to have the model, two models actually, or two copies of the model, pinned to the movement of the characters in here. So it goes off the left until the other character enters here on the left, and on this part it appears on the left of Tenma-san. It zooms out, and then the second model zooms in alongside Miyabi-san. And because it ended up being like super complicated and I got tired, is like I simply said myself, okay, just those two tasks, just those two movements, simply those two movements, and we will that will be enough for the cover. Okay. I am a bit sorry for the people that left. I do suppose that it wasn't super. The clerical work wasn't super interesting. I understand that it was not exactly what you were looking for. Very well. I suppose that next time I probably should try to like just move directly to the string topic. I do suppose that a big part of the average viewer just doesn't want to see something that isn't the topic in itself. But okay, simply permit me here to. I want to at least set the first model, and the first model here will be. What is it? Okay. Okay, we are going to set it over here, and we're going to actually move the frames here a little bit back, because with the you want to be very precise in the positioning of the item, of the source, in this case in Vtuber Studio, but especially because the way that the move plugin works, it's around here or so. Yeah, okay, wonderful. And it relies on you telling the plugin to move a source at a specific point in the screen within a specific time frame. So if one of those things looks off, it's just not going to look very accurate. Okay, we can have it like around here, and we go here a bit lower, around the same height as Isuru-san, and like over here. Okay, over here looks okay. Over here looks okay. And now I actually had to go here to the filter. And I should actually set it here in the dancing position of model 1. We are going to have a fast transition, and especially we're going to obtain the transformation. Wonderful. And now we are going to I have been taking singing lessons too, by the way. I have been taking some singing lessons too. Okay. Wonderful. Okay, so the first dance does have the slow roll outward. Unfortunately, we already skipped the frame, so we're going to have to go over here to the and thankfully we had like a bit of luck in the sense that the move plugin does have an ease in and ease out function. So like some of the more slide movements, such as the easing in animation of the roll outwards, the roll leftwards of the first group moving here, is something that you can simulate with the exit, with the in ease. Okay. I don't want to waste more of you folks' precious, delicious, amazing time. So let's just continue with... Let's just move on to the reactions by this point. Let's just move on with the reactions by now. One moment, please. Where did we go for that though? Oh yes, we go to Zatsu room 2. We go to Zatsu room 2. And we are now going to set up the no, I need to move the chat. I need to move the chat. Zatsu room 2. Here it is, Zatsu room 2. Vtuber bind zone, it should be the same as the previous one. She is very... I cannot believe I'm going to say this. Wait, I have a better idea. Feed! Yes, excellent. Feed! Feed! The animation for the... So the animation for this one actually does look pretty good. I actually did make sure to time it with the length of the vibe sound. Feed! I like... Wait, no, I'm going to make this into short, so... I don't know if I should make this into short, but... I like... I chicken out, okay. I like... feet. I like... feet. I like feet. Beautiful. Okay. Does it not put past him? Poop busting. Oh no, I'm an angel. I should not say such uncouth. I should not say such uncouth things. Sorry. Very well. Okay. Let us continue now. We are going to try to start first with some Holostars. Let's skip to the basic formula, yes. We're going to start with some Holostars. We're going to change this one. Holostar CN reactions. Next up, I don't know, FSP, I guess. Amazing, beautiful. And I'm going to restore the text right back. Just you wait. What is the streamless chat box? Excellent. No. Sponta, grazie mille per essere tornato a questa trasmissione. Grazie. I enter and that's the first thing I see without baseline. It's in a way it's a good introduction to me, but not the introduction that I want. It's beautiful. It's beautiful, isn't it? I'm gonna put you above me. Oops. No, don't move that. Okay, sorry. Oh yeah. I cannot move my model so easily. Because if I move the model, then I also have to move the background. Because the way that I do this is like I use the move plugin to make a source that's below my model pop up. All right. Epic person. Wow, what a cool username. I love your username. Epic person 2001. 2001 was such a wonderful movie. A Space Odyssey. I liked that movie a lot, like the Stanley Kubrick movie. Sorry, getting sidetracked, but thank you so much for coming by the stream. Thank you. I appreciate it a whole lot. I hope you had a wonderful and amazing time. Okay, hello. Hola, ¿cómo estás? Hi, how are you? And ciao, ¿cómo ça va? Well, that was French actually. You're very welcome. Thank you so much. Arigato. Did you know I was actually studying Italian? Italian too, but I was actually studying Japanese for a while. Tell you what, we're going to try something here, and no, I don't want to risk like messing around too much with my move plugin for now. So we're just gonna leave my model here. Okay, pretend I said something sus. Excellent. something cancelable. Say something dumb bad. I don't know. I love Christmas. Beautiful. I drive without a seatbelt on. One thing that is fascinating actually, I was actually reading that apparently a lot of women don't like seatbelts. They really don't like wearing seatbelts. Essentially because the way the seatbelts work, the fabric of the seatbelt tends to press on their breast a lot. Obviously, this is more of a problem if the woman in question is someone that has that is very chesty, that has a lot of chest. And it's funny, you know, the few times that I had a female passenger next to me when I was driving, I did notice that many of them did not like wearing the seatbelt, much to my irritation. But eventually I started to realize, okay, yeah, now that I see how it looks with the seatbelt pressing on their breast, I do imagine that it actually must be pretty uncomfortable to have like that pressure on your chest. And it was interesting because the way that some of them, what is the? Oh, we don't have actually a brave browser background. Okay. Huh? Oops. Ooh. I almost had it. Window capture, yes. One of the workarounds that some of the girls had was that they put the seatbelt below their chest, so it kind of squeezed them in the wrist a little, but it wasn't as tremendously uncomfortable as having the seatbelt atop their chest was. Where are you from? I'm from Latin America. Soy de Latinoamérica. Más específicamente de Sudamérica, el sur de América. De hecho, aquí, excelente, y aquí tengo unos cuantos, una parte no tan pequeña de mi audiencia es latinoamericana, de hecho. Una buena parte de la audiencia es latinoamericana. And it's funny because, for one, it's something that I did not expect at all. And for other, it's, hey, where did it go? Okay, here it is. Sorry about that. And for other is excellent here. It often leads to me speaking both English and Spanish in many of the streams. For example, buenas, señorita, ¿cómo está? Gracias mille por retornarte con estas transmisiones. Muchas gracias por venir, panita. Gracias. Excelente. Yeah, so you see, so for example, I kinda try to juggle like English and Spanish, but I try to keep a stream that is English mostly in English. Like 80-70% English and then like 30% Spanish. Okay. I'm from Wales? Wow, that's so cool actually. Thank you so very much for stopping by. Wales seems like such a beautiful country. I will admit, the only Welsh person that I know is CW Connors, Mr. Connor. But Welsh, sorry if I'm not pronouncing it correctly, does seem like a super beautiful language. A bit difficult to pronounce, but that only makes it more beautiful. Okay, now we can... Let us begin. Ya llegó la mera mera de los panes. Bienvenida. The friend with the bread has arrived. Well, welcome. No me llegó las notificaciones y no es la primera vez que pasa. I didn't get a notification and it is not the first time that it happens. Suspicious. That's very suspicious. Ok. Es sospechoso. De hecho, es algo sospechoso. De acuerdo. Intentaré hablar mayoritariamente en español. Intentaré hablar mayoritariamente en inglés, pero unas cuantas veces hablaré en español. Ok. Ya puse Holostars EN, así que empezaré con Holostars inglés. I already started with Holostars EN. And let us begin with, well, yeah, it's kind of meta, but I suppose we can actually start with Altair. And there's a reason why we're starting with Altair. I did not at all expect that my clip about Altair will get so many views. It gets something like over 1,000 views or something. El clip que hice sobre Altair llegó a tener más de 1,000 vistas. Estoy realmente sorprendido y estoy realmente agradecido. I'm actually really surprised and I'm really thankful. Thank you, really. Okay. Catch up on chat here. Pero fuera, no sé si tengo un problema yo o es Twitch. A veces es difícil saber esas cosas, porque muchas de estas aplicaciones suelen tener esos pequeños problemas extraños. Panita, ¿me quitaste el avioncito? Oh, esto tendría que tener el viewer attack, ¿verdad? Oh, this one doesn't have viewer attack. Okay. I'm gonna add viewer attack here. Ahora debería funcionar ahora. It should work now. Thank you for that. I forgot this one did not have viewer attack. Gracias por eso. Olvidé que este no tenía viewer attack. Ok, empecemos con el primer clip. Alternate Bethel as the next Tempus leader.
Do you have a leg?
I don't like this room.
Take your leg off and just beat him to death with it.
They're attached on me.
Take it off.
Do let me know if the audio is too loud or anything like that.
Come here.
Yeah.
Vete. Come here.
This is the base of operations, the basement, and I
You know-
don't let
I actually had no idea about that, but apparently Bethel is the guild of temples.
Don't tell
You're
anybody, but
special.
you're shoo-in for the next leader, okay? I don't know. It's just my intuition.
Okay.
You're
Okay.
not qualified whatsoever, but like, you know, it's...
Yeah.
Well, it's good they're honest with each other.
You make me laugh, and it's funny. So
Yeah. Of course.
that's why I picked you, buddy. That's why I picked you.
Bethel has such a natural talent for this stuff.
Wait, let's leave. We gotta leave.
We gotta go.
If both of
You
us
know-
die, then Axel's gonna be the leader.
Oh no. That actually would be terrifying, yes. Well, admittedly, if Bethel is the leader for even a week, the guild itself will probably not survive. So we will not need to worry about Axel burning things to the ground. Okay. I really hope that the audio isn't too loud. Okay, that's so strange that I did not actually make a sound. Eso es extraño que el avioncito no hizo ningún sonido. That's odd. That's weird. Alright. Now we can... I actually do have to wonder how Faker and the Tempora save Alter from graduation. One moment, please. This one will be a bit of a short stream, by the way. Esta será una transmisión un poco corta, por cierto. Excellent. Yeah. I'm actually a bit surprised because I thought that part of why the clip got popular was that there were not any clips about Alter graduating. But apparently there is one, and there is one by a pretty popular Holo-like clipper, by a pretty popular covercore clipper, because I'm pretty sure I had seen this channel before. Okay, and so let's actually watch this one. I wonder what this this person is, and he's like, oh my god, those are so many likes! Holy moly! Jeez, I had no idea there were so many likes. Wow. And apparently it's like 1,400 views. Okay. So let's watch it. Hey, the clip.
You guys want to know why? The one reason, two reasons why I stayed.
And you know, I was actually super worried during the time of his absence. I do imagine that actually a lot of people. There is actually this commenter. Hey, come on, where is the comments? Here, that he mentioned. I'm so happy that he stayed for us. I do imagine that actually a ton of people were really worried during that time because he did not leave on a happy note. He really did not leave on a happy note, and being that he has been so long with them, that so many things have happened with Tempos, and that Mr. Alter it seems like he was dealing with a very pervading sense of not just burnout, but I genuinely do feel that I genuinely do get the impression that he felt very abandoned by the agency, by the management, that the fact that he was taking such a long break, and that he took such a long break because management committed such a terrible mistake, something that no matter how it was sliced, it just did not make cover look good. We can just be honest about that. It really made a lot of people wonder if they was going to add yet another graduation to the already fraught history of Holostars. But thankfully, it did not happen. Thankfully, the love that Alter had for for his lines, for the tempora, and the inspiration that he got from Faker, was able to outweigh his many frustrations with the company.
Number one,
Mm.
no matter what happens, no matter how many troubles I run into, whatever happens with the company,
Also, supposedly
my
Alter
slimes
naturally
are
talks like
absolutely
this.
precious to me. The tempera,
Sorry for the editing in
precious
this
to
part,
me.
by the way. I was very rude with the cuts.
the boys, absolutely precious to me. That
Mm.
was probably the number one main reason why I stayed.
Yeah.
You know? You can have a
But-
bunch of bad things happen to you, but sometimes you can come
I don't know
home.
why it feels so incredibly cute that he says that despite everything that happens, his fans are so incredibly precious to him.
And a cute little slime is just waiting for you.
Mm.
You know? Gurgling happily, and that's what made it worth it. But also, I was looking at...
There's a lot of- The captions are so bad. The captions are so bad. I'm sorry. The caption animation is terrible.
So, at the time that I stopped streaming for a bit, I took a small break. Faker.
Faker.
Faker, the League of Legends player. Riot Games came out with like a
Hmm.
little homage to Faker, right? A bunch of interviews, people talking about things. And as embarrassing as this might say, in that video, he had a whole section
There's
where
Loud is
it
really
was,
cute.
you know, despite the hardships, you know, he didn't win.
Mm.
He missed out on the World's finals multiple years and stuff. He said no matter what, he
Yeah.
still stayed strong. And he still made it out. He still made it out perfectly fine. In fact, he made it out even better. So,
Wow.
I would say maybe 20%. 20%.
That actually really is amazing. Now I can see why he felt so inspired by Faker. To think that he went by so many. To think that he was. Sorry, I'm just reading this comment. To think that he went through so many things, and his fate was rewarded in the end. I guess we can say it like that. His fate and his efforts were rewarded in the end. It is something that's actually really moving, especially when you are in a situation where like you don't really see like a lot of results from the things that you are doing. It really hits different. It hits different.
20% is League of Legends. Thank you, Faker. Thank you, Hyung-nim.
Thank you, Faker. And here I wanted to focus on the
Thank you, Faker.
people thinking.
My hate for League
Thank
of
you,
Legends
Faker.
is leaving my body right now. Good. It's okay. I haven't played in a while. I've barely played. I barely played League of Legends.
Oh.
In fact, I've not really played many games at all over my break. I was pretty busy.
And then it's simply
First-
just like a fade out.
I never called my brother
Okay.
Hyung-nim.
Thank you for
Over there.
watching. Right.
When I was little, I used to call him Hanga
Honga,
instead of Hyunga.
Yonga. What do you say there, by the way? Por cierto, disculpa
Brother.
que no estuve hablando en español.
When I
Quería
was little, I used to call him
grabar
instead of Hyunga.
hacerlo un clip grabado. Entonces quería mantenerlo 100% en inglés. Oh no. Well, apparently 3 users on YouTube. Hello, YouTube. How are you? I should probably try to actually have a regular link from YouTube to Twitch, because the quality in YouTube is just not good. Okay. How Faker and the Tempora save Alter from graduation. Por cierto. El avatar, perdón, estoy recuperando con el chat. El avatar de él es el poder del mar o agua. So, is his avatar like the power of the sea or water? Creo que solamente se ve así. I think he just looks like that. Because the lore of Alter is more or less that he's an isekai adventurer, that he's just an adventurer. El lore de Alter es que es un aventurero isekai, un protagonista o un RPG esencialmente. Pero creo que no hay nada respecto al agua, solamente tiene un diseño muy azulado. ¿O es una sirena? Bueno, él suena como una sirena. Él suena como una sirena. Or is he like a siren? Well, he does sound like a siren. And this is the part that made me laugh so much. Esta es la parte que me hizo reír tanto. Oh, by the way, I should have the... I don't have the... Boludo, el pibe se ríe como millonario. Wow. Mate, this guy laughs like a millionaire. He has a rich man laugh. Ha, billete. Ha, billete. You know what? We're actually going to see that. El mar no sé de piedra. Yeah. Y de nuevo, disculpas que no contesté los mensajes en español durante el video. Panita, tenía ganas de verte. Sí, no debo buscarte en mis sueños. Entonces, yo vendré a sus sueños, señorita. Ok. Now. Podemos tener una pequeña transición, ya que me hiciste recordar, ya que me ha hecho recordar lo de no sé, I don't know what happens to my brain today. No tengo idea de qué le pasa a mi cerebro. I'm like completely lost. I am like a deer in the headlights. Lucien risa millonaria. Debería encontrar algo así. Excelente, sí, esto debería ser. Oh, okay, we had this one.
Es que sí se ríe como millonario también, bro.
No me hagan reír más.
Billete, billete. Mientras tanto, Rosco y yo nos reímos como minions, sí.
Por cierto.
Lucy es el gurú.
Pero realmente tiene un acento. Podemos hacer una pequeña divergencia simplemente viendo un video de Lucien hablando español. Porque Lucien tiene el acento español más neutro que he escuchado. Por cierto, este corto es el propio canal de Lucien Lunarios, de FSP. Y este es Banzo Haka de Holostars. Ok, Lucien español. Esto lo pasaré. Veremos en más detalle en la parte español, pero solamente quería saber. Aquí.
A todo esto, ¿cuál es la
Yo me
mejor
río como
gastronomía?
cerdito.
Escuchamos y juzgamos.
Ay, no.
Ahí está, ahí te va, ahí, ajá.
Oh, excelente. So he has
Controversial.
English subs.
Como yo no
Okay,
soy tan
wonderful.
rico ni soy adinerado, no he tenido la oportunidad de probar otras gastronomías como cierta gente acá. Pero la gastronomía con la que soy más familiar,
Yo
supongo que
solamente
la
una
mexicana,
parte en la
mexicana y
que
la
Lucien
venezolana,
habla en
de hecho, por las
español.
arepas.
Just one part
Para
where
mí,
Lucien
mexicana,
talks
de veras.
Spanish.
Yeah. Sabe rico,
No.
sabe bueno.
Es bueno.
Yo nunca
A mí
comí
me gusta
empanada,
mucho
comida
la
mexicana.
también, pero la
Ajá.
peruana también está ahí arriba.
Like, él realmente tiene un acento tan hermoso, ¿verdad? Es de verdad el acento más neutral que he escuchado. Yo no tengo idea, no creo que él sea de España, pero él definitivamente estudió español en una institución de prestigio. O por lo menos tiene un español realmente hermoso. Realmente es un español muy, muy neutro, muy hermoso.
Uy, ¿sabes qué quiero comer yo? Les hacen bastante bullying por eso, pero los cuis. Yo quiero comerme un cuy.
Pensé que ibas a decir paloma.
No, que sabe rico, ¿no?
Si me vas a comer, vamos a comer unos pandas también, porque ellos no hacen nada bien para el sistema de...
Los pandas.
Los pandas.
Yes.
Se pasa comiendo todo el
Odio a los
pinche día,
pandas,
¿no?
bro, de veras, odio a los pandas. No,
Oh my god.
Sí, es como los pinches
¿Qué,
guinea
tú
pigs,
quieres
no
comer
hacen ni madre.
pandas?
Yo sí me los como, yo sí me los como.
Locos.
Y ahora
Están muy locos.
¿Quién cocina mejor de vosotros tres?
Lo que yo cocino
¿Quién cocina
más
mejor de
que
vosotros
todo
tres?
es comida europea.
Oh.
Ok. Bueno. Ay, ay, ay. Wow.
Así que no se puede.
Don Lucien, de verdad, ¿ah? No solo se ríe como millonario, tiene gustos de millonario. ¡Oh, santo cielo! ¡Mírenlo! ¡Wow!
Yo solo como foie gras.
¡Qué señor! ¡Qué caballero más refinado! ¡Wow!
Ustedes no lo entenderían, pobres.
No.
Que no se puede
Respétalo,
comparar
respétalo.
con como la comida latinoamericana es. El sabor es.
Santo cielo, Lucian. Oh my god, Lucian.
¡Ay, híjole!
¡Ay, no! Nos dijo paladar de pobres, chicos. No, hombre.
Somos pobres. Somos pobres, che.
Señor Lunaris, perdón.
Mr. Lunares.
No es Lucien Lunaris, él es Don Lucien.
Don
perdón,
Lucian,
Don
sí.
Don Lucien. Lucien cancelado por clasista.
Wow.
Bro, esto va a ser mi último stream.
Wow.
Ni siquiera me dejaste terminar. Yo estaba diciendo que yo hago comida.
Qué gana
más
que me
todo
mantenga.
comida europea,
Una
pero no se puede
una chica más
comparar
agregada
porque
al
la
harem de
comida
Lucian.
latinoamericana me gusta más.
Ok, bueno, muy bien, muy bien.
No, o sea, no hago mucho.
¿Por qué no?
Me encanta, mira, me encanta el ceviche, pero yo no sé
No sé
hacerlo.
qué es
sé
ceviche.
Aprende.
No sé.
Aprende.
No sé.
Aprende.
Me gustan las tortas de México, pero no sé hacerlas.
Mm,
Bro, eso es
Aprende.
muy- Oh my god. Dude.
No, no.
Ok, si tortas mexicanas son lo que pienso que se está refiriendo, genuinamente no son una cosa complicada de preparar.
No.
Sí, sí, sí,
No,
sí,
no
sí,
es fácil.
sí,
Es
sí,
mucho
sí son.
más que un sándwich.
Bro,
Lo
es
cocinas,
pan,
el sabor.
vegetales, amor.
No. Tú no
Es
entiendes.
bolillo.
No entiendes. Hay unas
Gracias.
de
Eres
México que
pobre.
me gustan. Se me olvidó el nombre de hay unas cosas de México que me gustan. Gorditas.
Gorditas,
Gorditas.
Eso es un gusto común en Latinoamérica, de hecho.
Ah, las cosas
De hecho, es un
las cosas están
gusto,
ricas,
un gusto
¿no?
común.
Sí.
La comida también.
Jaca. Por...
Ah,
Me
and yeah,
encanta.
for the
Las
for
cosas
the
están
English readers, like, ricas will be pretty much like in this context it will mean hot. Also, I don't know if it actually clarified this in the
Hay unas de México.
in the subtitles, but gorditas is
Se me olvidó,
a
hay unas
term
que
of
me gustan.
endearment. It's actually like a
Gorditas.
Gorditas.
not just cuter, but it actually is meant. I will say it means more like a thick girl or curvy girl, because a fat woman has such a tremendously negative connotation for some people in the English speaking sphere. But gorditas is genuinely a term of endearment. Ah, disculpas, en español estaba explicando que el gorditas es un término positivo en español latinoamericano.
Ah, gorditas.
Gorditas.
Me encantan.
Las
Gorditas.
Las gorditas están ricas, ¿no?
Sí.
La comida también.
Porque
Jaca,
en...
por favor.
Jaca, por favor. Jaca.
¿Qué comes? ¿Qué cocinas?
¿De qué?
De Europa. ¿Qué es lo que te gusta cocinar más?
A mí
Ok,
me encanta
veremos
el
todo el
risotto,
video. Mejor
bastante.
completar todo el video.
¡Ay!
Oh.
Y yo me sé hacer un buen salmon risotto.
Excelente,
Yo comí
don
frijolitos
Lucien.
y mi tortita.
Ya, de veras, yo
Exacto, bro,
Yo comí un cup wrap esta mañana.
Santo cielo. ¿Es un vampiro? El lore de este personaje es que Lucien es un vampiro.
Wow.
Lord Lunares.
Me sorprende que no tienes un private chef, bro.
¿Verdad?
No, sí tiene.
Sí lo tiene, sí. Oh my god. ¡Ah!
Esos 9 meses que estuvo allá no fueron en vano.
Ok.
De seguro Rosco está buscando espaguetis. ¿Y qué? ¿Y qué, bro?
qué?
¿Y qué tiene más de
El
eso?
espagueti es
He
bueno.
probado paella.
¿Qué es?
No me gusta la paella.
Paella.
A mí no me gusta la
Es
paella.
un arroz español que tiene como que
Ajá.
mariscos y... Es como arroz con pollo, pero con mariscos.
Ajá.
El mismísimo europeo. Dice, hostia, ustedes han probado las tapas
Oca, ustedes han
españolas?"
probado las tapas españolas.
Es que él se lo toma con una copa de vino también, ¿eh?
Ah, sí. ¿Cómo sabes?
Oh, wow.
Oh, este pinche cabrón está caro, mírenlo. Se da
Es un
sus
es un cabrón
gustazos
caro.
aquí comiendo papel.
Mi copita de vino.
Yo dibujo
Una
la
copita de
hamburguesa
vino a la
papel y me
mañana.
como para que llene más, bro.
Ya, de veras.
Se come la envoltura y todo.
No hay envoltura,
Yo
es solo
como
un
una
dibujo
coca
de la
sin cigarro
hamburguesa.
en el desayuno. uno.
Santo
Llega
cielo.
de la beca y le
Ok,
preguntan,
por
¿y
eso...
ustedes qué comen? Oh, nosotros
de la
deleitamos
beca.
exquisitos platos. Y llega donde mí, cada vez que... Oh,
Espera.
nosotros deleitamos exquisitos platos.
Espera,
La
espera.
beca y le preguntan, ¿y ustedes qué comen? Oh,
Nosotros
deleitamos
deleitamos exquisitos platos.
Y llega donde mí, cada vez que cae el perro. Patea la caja de
No, mi cuartito.
¿Y cuándo va a comer de verdad?
¿Cuándo viene la verdadera comida?
No.
¿Cuándo viene el
Los
plato
signos
principal?
tomorrow. ya,
Entonces-
ya no puedo ni hablar español.
Tiene que
Además que su español es tan hermoso.
Recuperarme.
Ay, sí es
Va a
cierto,
requerir
Lucy, ¿verdad que te
mucho
gusta el agua de
tiempo para
coco?
recuperar.
Ah, el agua de coco, sí, sí, sí.
Sí.
Ok, wow, eso es una cosa de absolutamente millonario. Santo cielo, agua de coco. Oh my god, agua de coco. That's crazy. Coconut water is crazy. Oh my god. Gordita también es un apodo tierno que usan las parejas. Sí, sí, sí. Realmente algunas parejas utilizan, mi gordita, mi gordito. Como un término tierno.
Es el cabrón no toma agua de verdad.
No
no
se
toma
hable.
pura
Creo que es muy común en Latinoamérica que les gusten las
Me
gorditas a la
acuerdo que me
gente.
estaba contando su meta en Japón de cómo solo toma agua de coco porque hidrata más. Yo,
Wow.
Ahora ya entiendo por qué, Rosco. El agua para
algo
gente
que
común no
busco.
tiene propiedades vitamínicas para un vampiro como yo, dice.
Claro, 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 claro. El agua común no es apropiada para para una persona bien de buena posición, tal como Don Lucien.
Es que sí se ríe como millonario también.
Tiene risa de millonaria.
No me hagan reír más.
¿Nunca has probado una coca de piña?
¿Coca de piña?
¿Coca de
Coca
piña?
de piña. Las regalan, Lucy, las regalan. Cuando vas al parque, las encontrás en el suelo.
Ah,
Sí, coca de piña. ¿Nunca has probado?
no.
Son bien ricas, son bien ricas. La próxima vez que vayas al parque y mires una botella que es una de coca, pero es de color piña, tómatela.
Ah, ya.
Creces de forma natural, sos sustentable, dicen.
Estoy tan concentrado en no reírme que desde el principio.
La neta lo iba a hacer.
Oh.
Yo tampoco me di cuenta al principio.
La coca de piña, bro.
Está más calientito porque es buena para la garganta.
Claro, claro, claro. Sí, es mejor las más calentitas. Oh, santo cielo. Oh, Dios. Y uno más para... Oh, santo cielo. Oh, Dios. Excuse me, I need a few seconds. Discúlpame, necesito unos segundos. Wow. Santo cielo. Lucien y su opinión sobre los argentinos. Después, Jaca, Rosco y Lucien hablan sobre su audiencia hispana. No, esto no. Wow. Vaya. Si quieres panita, puedo ser tu gordita. Eso es bastante dulce. Gracias. Muchas gracias. Vaya. No pensé reírme tanto. No pensé reírme tanto. ¡Qué asco! Y lo peor de todo es que yo pensé que Haka estaba hablando en serio, que realmente habían cocas de piña que se entregaban gratis en disculpen, en los parques o lo que sea. A decir verdad, eso fue realmente una... y solamente ¿cuándo fue que me di cuenta? Oh, claro, cuando dijo que los encontraría en el piso. De color amarillo. Y allí fue cuando... Un momento. When Haka said that he could find the bottles in the floor and that they were going to be a yellow color, then No. No, help. 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 Oh my god, that was so good. Like, Molly, that was so good. De acuerdo, pido disculpas por esa pequeña intrusión. Let's continue with Haka. Let's do Haka. Let's do a bit of battle. We haven't done we had done some battle yet, but we had also done Haka. So I don't know. We can do Yurard now. We can do some Yurard now. Excellent. Okay. Let's do some Yurard. Yurard and Oli.
When I was young, I marveled at the heroic feats of a warrior's.
Wait, no, that's a different feat. Okay, sorry. Go ahead. Jesus Christ. Hey!
Is that our son reading
Yeah,
us?
I know!
Roscoe.
Hey!
Roscoe Graves from
Hey,
SSP.
son.
Hello, child. Welcome to the stream.
Hello, how's life? How's life outside? Like, you're pretty much thankful for what happened, right? You are, right? Cause,
Dang, yeah.
It taught you how to be self-sufficient enough in your lifestyle. But thank you, Roscoe. Thank you for coming by.
So, like, background explanation of what they are referring to. They had a small lore joke that they are a married couple and Roscoe is their child because Roscoe looks like a combination of Oli and Yurard. And somehow Oli got Yurard pregnant and he gave birth to an egg. La explicación, muy brevemente de lore porque le están diciendo hijo. Ellos tienen un lore de que son una pareja casada, que son el padre y la madre de Roscoe. Porque Roscoe Graves, el chico zombie, que estaba en el video anterior, por cierto, parece una combinación de Yurard y de Oli. Y de alguna forma, la señorita Oli logró embarazar al señor Yurard y él, porque es un dinosaurio, dio a luz a un huevito. Y de ese huevito salió el zombie Roscoe.
Bye, thank you. Watch your parents have a good old time while you're suffering out there in whatever disease that you have.
Okay.
Rotting in a corner.
No!
Mommy, daddy streaming. Roscoe dead. He doesn't even know language because he never even enrolled into school.
Jesus, these are so negligent parents. That's so terrible. These parents are cruel.
How was this?
Help! I haven't
Parents?
eaten 2 weeks. I'm
Oh, no.
starving. No.
Good for you. Good for you. You're dead anyway. You can't. You need to go to your listen. You have your mother's genes. I think it would be. You have your mother and father's genes. I think it would be
Quizás, sí.
completely, okay for you. You're
Subtítulos en
a resilient
español están
motherfucker.
arriba.
I believe in you, Roscoe. I believe in you. You can survive.
Don't say motherfucker when we have the family bond going on.
You're right.
That's so terrible.
You're right.
The kid.
He's not even.
He has seen
I
worse.
just
He has
don't
seen
know.
worse.
I can say whatever I want, Ollie. I can
Okay.
say whatever. He's
Okay,
he's
fine,
having a
sure,
fun
alright.
time. I mean, he did stream on his own, so I guess that's I
He's
think that's a
evolving, yeah,
sign
he's
that
learning.
He's like, independent from us. Like, good.
Yeah,
good for
they
you,
they
kid.
grow up
Good
so
for you.
fast.
Oh, what's
They
this?
grow up so
New word
fast.
learned, motherfucker.
Look at the
Yes, learn it. You'll need it to survive in the real world, Roscoe. You'll need it. No! Keep it
No.
open! You need these words! Because these are streamer words if you want to be like us!
Listen to him.
You need to be harsh!
gave birth
You
to
need to be
younger
great!
friends.
You need to be filled with profanity! Learn
That's why I don't pay child support.
Jesus!
You need to listen
Ollie,
to canceled
no!
YouTubers and Vtubers. You need to listen to them right now.
Ollie,
you need all
please.
these vocabularies for you to become the greatest. You need those greatest hits. You need those numbers, baby! Goo goo gaga.
Motherfucker!
His first actual word
No.
was like motherfucker.
Motherfucker.
I hope you're doing
Good
fine,
morning,
though. Like,
motherfuckers.
that's a number one tip for you is just like,
Yeah.
overcome,
Adapt,
and
survive.
survive. Okay, anyway, but thank you though. Thank you for
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you.
A lovely stream.
Thank you for the raid, Roscoe.
Make yourselves at home in Jared's channel.
Yep.
Yeah.
And if you want to visit your dad,
just
go
be
to
aware
Ollie's
that
channel if you want.
your art is
fun.
always this
Thank
terrifying.
you,
So,
thank you, Roscoe.
Take care.
wow. Embarazar al dinosaurio, irónicamente, no es la cosa más loca que ha ocurrido en las interacciones de Holostars y HoloLens. Por cierto, disculpa que parece como que estoy frunciendo el ceño. Tengo que abrir más los ojos cuando mire hacia arriba. Okay, I need to go to the bathroom for 2 minutes, but I will be back super soon. I guess some people will want to see this one, but it's a Holostars stream, so I don't know. Well, I'll think about it. Anyways, I'm going to think the next clip in a bit. Voy a pensar en el próximo clip en un momento. Okay. See ya. ¡Wii! Maravilloso. Estamos de vuelta. Ok, un video y después tendremos que pasar a un video más de Holostars. Un video. Se porta al. También escribió al. Se porta mal. Oh, de acuerdo. Eres una chica. Hasta escribo mal. Ok, la felicito por ese último. Ese último estuvo creativo. Me encanta. Usted es una chica muy sexy y artística. Muy bien. Wow. Ok, bueno. Alright. Now, panita, me porté bien. ¿De verdad? Let me see now. We already did a Spanish one though. Your army is Octavio. Actually, here. Sexy, perdón, me salió de la nada. Ok, podemos elegir este. Sé que es uno de GP, pero podemos continuar. Ok.
Do you have a leg?
No.
I don't like.
What? No. Espera. Ay, panita, no te conocía así. Perdón. Se me salió de forma natural. Supongo que en mi país... supongo que en mi país es relativamente común hablar de una forma así de suelta. I do suppose that in my country, we naturally speak in a kind of flirty manner. Sorry about that. Here. ¿Quieres que me porte mal en privado? No, yo quiero que usted sea una buena chica. Una chica buena y noble que completa sus estudios. Okay. Wow. Sorry, I do need to leave for a moment. I'll be back in 2 minutes. ¿Me dijeron tonto? Oye, espera. Oye. Tonto. Espera, eso se ve genial. Oh, ahí está el avioncito. Pido disculpas, de repente tuve un ligero problema estomacal. Soy un pato. Cuac, cuac. Cuac, cuac. Así que tuve que cuidar eso un rato. Alta grosería que dije, vaya bocona, santo cielo. No me imaginaba que usted podría hacer una grosería tan sorprendente, señorita. Estoy sorprendido. Estoy sorprendido. De acuerdo. Nada que ver. Let's continue. Let's continue with it.
Aloha.
Okay, in English I don't think I need to explain the context. Aloha. ¿No te dije a ti? Oh, pensé que era para
ハワイ
YouTube.
の人はみんな気さくに挨拶してんな。陽気な感じで気分いいな。
Oye,
サブストーリー
subtitles?
よろしくマイフレンド。
あら、お客さん。
Espera.
アロハ。
あれこれキャバクラの人
Oh, claro, están aquí.
アロハ
アロハ
Aloha.
ノリいいです
すっ
ね。
ごいね、相変わらず。
へへ
ケイさん
よくが売りなんでね
Kei-san.
ところでお兄さん、うちのお店のお客さんですか？初めて見る
あ
顔。
働いてんだ。
なあカスが一番店だ。桐生さんが行きつけの店があるって言って連れてきてくれて。
桐生さんのお友達。めちゃめちゃ素敵だよね、桐生さん。あの寡黙でどこか影のある感じだと。
急に早口だ。
辛い過去を背負いつつも誰にも打ち明けず
すっごい急に早口なんだけど
一人でも酒をたしなむあの背中。本当にそんな過去があるかは何も知らないけど、そんな空気を私は勝手にキャッチアップしています。
おい
この島も知
Espera, tengo que
も
poner
う
esto
一
aquí.
挙手一投足、どれをとっても男の中の男って感じ。でも
Soka.
時にはちょっとチャーミングなところも見え隠れ。
すごい早口オタクなんだけど。
Yeah, she's just
なんか
gushing about
急に
him.
グイグイ来たな。桐生さんをめっちゃ尊敬してるって感じなのか。
I didn't think guys were into girls.
私としたことがつい熱くなっちゃって。
Wow, el subtítulo en español.
改めまして、私はケイ。
Melones.
店員として働いてんの。
Ella era un talento súper legendario de Hololive, la rama femenina de Cover
終
Corp.
わってる。
Ah,
許してください。
いろいろ教えてくれると
Kirio
助かる
Koko-san.
ぜ。
なんだ、そうなの？それならフレンドになっちゃおうよ。一番はアロハリンクスってやってる？
アロハリンクス。
Aloha Links. Aloha Links. No!
なっちゃおうよ。一番人気のコミュニケーションアプリ、すっごい流行ってんだから。
コミュニケーションアプリ
まあ、
There we go.
簡単なハワイの SNS みたいなもんだよね。このアプリ最強の売りは挨拶するだけで相手がフレンドに登録されるところ。
怖くね。
ハワイの人って知らない相手でも結構
すごくね
気さくに
そんで
挨拶するでしょ。だから馴染みやすくて流行ったんじゃないかな。
Mm.
挨拶してるだけでいろんな人とリンクできるし、それをきっかけに顔見知りになったり仲良くできちゃったりするからすっごい楽しいって感じ。私よそからハワイに引っ越してきたんだけど、しばらくは全然周りに馴染めなくて、
はい。
なんで誰も私と仲良くしてくれないんだ、ダメだよこれとか思って。
You know one thing that I'm not surprised by is Miss Kei-san.
ギリリテイクだよな今。ギリリテイクだよな。
Yeah, almost. Almost.
こっちの方が居心地よくなっちゃった。
But Miss
そう
Kei-san
なのか。
is such an incredible voice actor,
確か
actually.
にちょっと面白そうだな。俺のスマホにも入れてもらえるか。
Siento que los melones me están mirando. I feel the melons are looking at me. Well, now that you mention it, they are actually like quite incredible. And
スマホにアプリアロハリンクスが追加されました。
I just found one place
あ
here.
りがとうよ。
Okay.
じゃあ早速試してみるかな。
は、
おい、
はい。
店先で何くっちゃべってるんだ。買い出しは済んだのか。
あ、マスター、ちょうどいいところに。
Master?
早 速マスターで試してみよう。一番。
はい。
Okay, sure, why not?
マスターもこれやってるのか。
ああ見えてバリバリのヘビーユーザー。
ヘビーユーザーなんだ。
マスターに
Sea
挨拶する
heavy
だけで
user.
オッケー。早くやってみて。
No entendía nada de lo que dijo la mina. Sí, pido disculpas. Creo que la traducción en español es un poquito...
アロハ
アロハ。
ナイスなところだよね。
Mm.
じゃあアプリを見てみて。
Yeah, he's
きっとマスターが登録されて
he
るはず
seems
だから。
pretty intimidating, but he
す
seems
ごい
nice.
ね。
本当だ。すげえなこれ。
Yeah.
ねえ楽しいでしょ。
すごいね
プ。ロフィール
すごい
で挨拶した相手のことを知れるし。
やだな、挨拶して別れちゃうの。
お店を利用
Yeah,
したり
this
しても
app seems a
フレンドの輪
little
は広がっ
bit...
てくの。
I don't know. I don't know about
一
this
番
one.
もこれでもっとこの街のことが好きになれるはず。
いいな。よーし。じゃあ積極的に交流してみるとすっか。目指せフレンド100人超え。なんてな。
挨拶したことある人とない人
100
区
amigos
別がつかなそう。
意外とすぐ達成できるかも
Well,
ね。
yeah, now that you mentioned it,
おい。
that actually is true.
そ
Like, you
ろそ
wouldn't
ろ
be
仕事
sure.
に戻るぞ。
はーい。
Aloha!
じゃあ
Aloha!
そろそろ行くね。
ねえ。またな。
挨拶しとこうぜ。
またね。
そうだった。
Oh,
大
right,
事なこと忘れ
right.
てた。
Es cierto, es cierto.
なんだよ。
フレンド登録。
いい
フ
ね。
レンドになるんでしょ私たち。バイバ
Aloha!
イ。一番。またお店に遊びに来てね。
Speak a
キー
shoulder.
さんも連れて。
はい。
おう。
Solina? Okay.
もちろんだ。
No, Sirani, vuelve pleasure.
See you.
See ya!
マックスにするの大変そう。
よろしく
Yeah,
な。
it's totally like a pretty crazy app. Like in theory it sounds kinda nice, but like if you think about how it will work in practice, like for example, like Robert mentioned here, you will literally dox people like when meeting them or something like that. It actually does come across as not that great. It actually comes across as not that great. Oh wow. Okay. ¿Te gusta lo que ves, panita? Do you like what you see, friend? Los melones. The melons. Porque a mí sí me gusta. Because I do like it. Okay. Bueno. Oops. Sorry about that. Adiós, melones. Aloha. See ya. Mátane. Mátane, melones. De acuerdo. Okay. Now I am feeling a little more relaxed. Ahora me estoy sintiendo un poco más relajado. A bit. A bit. Estoy un poco más relajado. So what is next now? Next up is you know what? I am sorry. I know that I said we were going to check FSP, but my no, actually we can do it like this. I'm just going to find a couple of the FSP reactions. SSP reactions, and next up it will be gameplay clips. Oh, excellent. Okay, wonderful. So now we're going to go for FSP. Castas French, which actually, oh my god, dude. Cassian Floros Tax French. I don't know what this one's are. No, I cannot believe that I don't find the... I can't believe I cannot find the No puedo creer que no encuentro el clip. Because I am pretty sure that it was actually. I'm sorry. It's just that apparently YouTube had a weird issue where I stored many of the clips that I wanted to see in my watch later list, and for some reason it did not. No, I'm not finding it. Sorry. Okay. Cassian Flores clips. Maybe I'll find it there. For some reason, it did not save the videos to my watch later playlist. Like, I had no idea why it did that. Angry Cass? Okay. It's hard to imagine Cass angry, but he actually was in the military. So
10 seconds.
And he actually was a surgeon or something.
The bookshelves over here?
It also blew up, I believe.
Oh my fucking god.
Oh, now my game crashes.
That definitely was nothing to do with me. All I did was make a boo-boo in the back, yeah, and it's already fixed.
Alexander a little timid, poor baby.
Just stand in this corner, Nix, and you'll be fine.
What about the creepers? That's the creepers.
They don't
freaking
explode.
god.
Jesus Christ, you've got to be kidding me. I'm making more droppers.
No.
I'm gonna cry. How many droppers?
What? It exploded?
It exploded too. I need two. I got it.
Okay, he didn't actually get that angry. He actually didn't get that angry. And okay, here's the full story of Cass, like in the military. But do I want to do it? I want to leave it more for when I had like proper time to see it. I need to find the what? Okay. Tengo ganas de comer algo dulce. ¿Te puedo comer a ti? I want to eat something sweet. Can I eat you? Pero yo soy muy bajo en azúcar. De hecho, yo no como azúcar. Yo hace un par de años dejé de consumir azúcar. You know, I don't eat sugar. I stopped consuming sugar a couple years ago. So Cassian admits he used to cosplay a Vtuber from Niji. I actually did not expect this at all.
IRL? Rarely, sometimes, if I'm in the mood. So, like I said, I did Vanitas from Case Study of Vanitas, and I also did
I get the feeling he actually would look good at that.
Attack on Titan or something like that.
Oh,
or something
no.
like that. I say no. It was Attack on Titan. Not a specific character. I just got the outfit, and then I also
the Scott outfit.
more recently
Okay.
cosplayed a Vtuber. I don't know if I told you guys which Vtuber it was. If I did, I'm gonna say it now. But if I didn't, I'm not gonna say it. Are you allowed to say it? I don't know. It would probably go against, since it's another corpo VTuber from not
I am
FSP,
an
I
airplane.
don't know.
You are an
I don't know if
airplane.
my sons will be mad. Probably not. That's whatever, right?
Yeah, they probably wouldn't
It
mind.
is, or it was a Niji Sanji VTuber.
Okay,
It
so
was
it's a
somebody
retired
from
Niji Sanji VTuber.
JP. That's already like too much of a hint, right? I don't know.
I suppose.
Yes, 240 livers, bro. Well, okay. It was not a girl. You can strike out.
It was
half
not a
of
girl.
those.
Yeah, you can strike
know
a
what?
half.
No,
Yeah.
I cosplayed
Pueden sacar a
freaking,
mitad.
I don't know. Who's a small girl? I cosplay Chima from Niji JP. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. He will look great in that cosplay.
Imagine.
He will look great in
Graduated
it.
one. No, you can strike out all the girls. You can strike out all Yen now.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess
So he
you
has to
can
be a graduated
strike out,
male.
Debiru as well.
Yeah.
That's a lot of hints already. Yeah, I'm not gonna tell you guys. I am
Okay,
not gonna
okay.
tell you guys. It looked pretty good though. Looked pretty good on me. Not gonna lie. I went to.
I don't remember if I'm not sure if I remember this right, but I think I heard someone, like one of the Avalon VTubers, commenting that Cass was handsome. I'm not sure if I remember that correctly. ¿Cómo? Nada de azúcar, ni siquiera un chocolate. Muy ocasionalmente, azúcar, lo que le agregan al café, no. De vez en cuando, chocolates, algunas cosas con dulces, porque es muy difícil evitar el azúcar en el contexto de no comer caramelos o cosas como esas. O sea, los como si es que me los ofrecen, pero yo prácticamente nunca compro chocolates para mí ni nada.
Stand at the time, and I saw like some stickers of the person that I cosplayed, and then like from tables across, the freaking booth owner came up to me. He was like, "Oh my god, are you cosplaying this person?" And I was like, "Yeah, I am." And they're like, "Oh my god, can I take a picture? You look so good." I was like, "Okay, yeah, sure."
Oh my god, you look so good.
Yeah, it's very cute.
Actually, shout out to this Vtuber because he does they do a lot of Niji Sanji and a lot of male Vtuber clips. Vtuber soup. It's really cool. Catching up on chat there, I mean. What you don't eat any sugar, like not even a chocolate. I don't eat any table sugar. So like the grains of sugar that you add to your coffee or anything, that I haven't eaten in years probably. Like maybe once or twice. And what who will it be? Cassian Floros answers spicy questions or something maybe. And I'm sorry, I'm trying to think on two things here at the same time. Chocolates, sweets, or things like that. Why is it that it does not find the Nidal? Okay, let's try and find a toilet soup. Oh, sorry. Maybe he has a list. No, doesn't have a list. Okay. It's very difficult to fully avoid sugar in like sweets, chocolates, and stuff like that. So like if they offer me a chocolate or a sweet or anything, I will eat it, but I will not what is this? Okay, yeah, this is the one. Excellent. Okay. But I will not buy it myself.
You like control, or do you prefer to give it up? That's gonna be like a regular thing today, but I like a mix of a little bit of both. I want to say like
okay, I don't think I'm gonna do 4 minutes of
66% taking control, 33% I let my partner do what they want. Maybe 75-25, but like I do like a little bit of variation. It gets a little boring if you always take the lead. So yeah, I do mostly do it, but it gets a little boring. I want to see what they can do. I mean, I'm mostly open for like most of the stuff. I'm not forcing to be the dominant one 24/7. Keep things lively. You could say it like that, I guess, but I just
Did you know that I used to think that Cass was super safe?
like some variation from time to time. If you could choose 3 people in FSP EN to be girls, who would be and why? I'm definitely not taking notes for something. 3 people in FSP to be girls. Alright, number 1, Malum. Number 2, I'm just thinking right now. I'm imagining them
It's funny
right
because
now, so give me Nayuta.
I'm pretty familiar with Avalon, but I don't watch pretty much anything of
But
Raven.
yeah, no Lucy, goodbye.
I'm kinda looking forward
why would I
for
want Lucy to be
EN3
a
for
woman? Would
Gen
be
3 by
Yang
the way.
anymore. Stay a man. What is a weak spot
Yeah,
on your
okay.
body that makes you go crazy when it's kissed? When it's kissed? That is a crazy question. I don't know if I want to answer this. I might just take my first bite here.
Yeah.
That's tame though. Okay, yes. The question
Okay, so the game is that if he doesn't want to answer the question, he has to
itself is
bite
tame. My
something,
answer
alright.
is not tame. I'm gonna take a little bite. I don't even taste the I don't even taste the fucking taste anymore. It's just spice. It's just spice. What the fuck, man? It's just toast. I don't even know. Ew. I don't even know. No, I do know. Sweet Tony, thank you so much for the super. Share with the class elf, man. I tamed this question down. Oh, wow. Okay. Not
What does that
anonymous anymore,
mean?
huh? Okay, sure. Since you said they super, sure. There are 3
Okay,
spots.
okay,
I
you
don't
can
know if
buy
I
the
say
answer
the
with a
last
super,
one. Okay,
alright.
so number 1 is my pegs, okay? Number 1 is that. Number
Okay.
2 is inner thigh. And number 3...
For me, I think it would be more neck, really. The neck feels like something far more, like a far more intimate spot to kiss.
Oh my god.
Oh god, where is this going?
I don't know if I can say that. I'm gonna say it and we're gonna move on to the next question immediately, okay? Good tip. Okay, next question.
No! What the fuck? What the heck? Why are you so... Oh my god. Brave browser. Oh wow, did it? What the heck? Very.
Inner thigh. And number 3. Oh my god.
Wait. Apparently, I had to select it here.
I don't know if I can say that. I'm gonna say
because.
No. Ew. No. Ew.
I am sorry. Very browser
I'm gonna
is.
say it, and we're gonna move on to the next question immediately. Okay. Good tip. Okay. Next question.
No. Again. Wait. Is it?
Hi, Kaz. What is your favorite ship in Ravelum? And describe your favorite spicy art. Okay, my favorite.
Control, and I love it when a browser automatically assigns itself the. Okay, but if I press. Well, wonderful. A learning experience.
Chip, well, obviously yin yangs. I think it just aesthetically looks as like one of the best. You know, like it's black and white, yin yang. You know, makes sense. I have a little bit of black in my design. Lucy has a little bit of white. That just makes sense, right? I also like Death Wish a lot. I like it. I like the art. I see a lot of art. I see Oni Wish a lot. I kind of like Oni Wish as well. That looks good too. Yeah, these are probably my favorites. Hickey on neck or hickey on thighs? Probably on the neck. On you
on the
or
neck,
on
yes.
others. Well, receiving on the neck. Giving is still on the neck, I would say. So somebody asked, do you prefer
because the
being
neck really
visible?
is more
I don't mind,
intimate.
like receiving and giving. Wanted to be exposed.
I would prefer. Okay. I would prefer it to be visible. It's like a way of so people can know who I belong to. Essentially, and that just left my mouth. Okay. Thank you. But it's a bit more.
Yeah, sure. Hickeys are a good indicator to show that somebody belongs to somebody else already. So
okay,
if I
fine.
give
So
out
he did
hickeys,
say
that
that. Okay.
keeps other people away. That's crazy, but you're right. Any spicy
All
fantasy
right, yeah, so,
that you can share on
but
stream?
he is cooking. Okay, wonderful. Wait, I need to.
Stream.
Oh my
The
god.
noodles look mighty
Browser.
good right now. I'm just saying. I might just take a bite here and go to the next question. Who's your favorite child? It's not even a spicy question, but I might have to skip it. Do I have a favorite child?
Actually, I'm sorry. We can make this.
Come on,
we can
I
make
love
this
all
one
my
a bit
children
bigger.
equally. Everyone says that. Not everyone. Not everyone has children. I couldn't choose one of my sons. Come on. I mean, they're all my children equally, you know? They all try their best.
Of course.
Choose
Yeah,
two,
sure.
then? Alter to Nayu. Okay, next. What pet name would you use the most to your partner on a regular, daily basis or in bed? I mean, that's pretty easy to answer. I think I would just use
Oh my god, you're such a
baby, and
zealot,
my
Kaz.
love.
Oh my
These are
god.
probably the three that I
¿El
would
avatar
use
es
the
un
most.
elfo?
In
¿Tu avatar es un
English,
elf?
yes. I
Yes.
think even if,
Sí lo
if I
es. Es un
spoke
elfo.
German, I would still use that. Baby and my love. And in bed, I already made a tier list for that.
Okay, wow. I use it every day. Damas. Hey, love. Hey, baby. Hello, babe. Good girl.
Just always go back to that. I don't have to repeat that.
Yeah,
Have you
yeah,
ever
yeah,
had
yeah,
a
yeah.
fight with Ravelum, and if yes, why? No, but I was mad at Lucy.
Because they're bratty.
Let me explain. So when
Why?
we were in the Bermuda, right? I was the one navigating us to like our
So
destination.
apparently
And, like,
Avalon
we were going
travels
the
a
right
lot.
way.
They travel a
And
lot
Lucy sets
together.
up some route that was not gonna lead us to the right area. And then what he does sometimes is just say like, "Oh yeah, no, that's what I said." No, see, I mean, my route
Yeah.
would have gotten us there as well.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, we would have gotten there in the same way. Yeah, it's okay though. We would have gotten in the same direction with my path, but we made it. So
I hate this! Oh my god! Don't say this to me! I want to kill you in Minecraft! No, you would have not gotten us to the destination! He was saying like, "Oh, Kaz, you always get our destination wrong." I was like, "Are you fucking kidding? You go and navigate then!" And then he didn't find the fucking way! And then I had to go, like, find the way again? And he was like, "Oh yeah, no, I would have gotten that too."
no, yeah. I would have gotten it. He needs to save face. He's a millionaire. Come on.
Don't yell at us. It wasn't us. I get mad thinking about it. Anyway, we hadn't had a fight though. He just annoyed me. Do you think you'd be open
That
to dating
is
someone
irritating.
who is asexual? Someone who
Okay.
may not always be into physical intimacy, while not being completely opposed to it, but still craves a meaningful relationship.
You know, it's funny. One of the first like semi popular scripts that I did, one of the first scripts that I was really happy with was actually a comfort script featuring an asexual character. I'm sorry about that. And I really like how many people found it like really wholesome, really beautiful, and like really, 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 really sweet. It was probably one of the first times that I started really going into the whole comfort audio kind of
I
thing.
don't quite understand it. Asexuals, they don't have any pleasure in intercourse, right? But they would still do it though, right? Let's say
It's
for
a
their partner.
spectrum and it
It's just
varies,
they don't
yes.
feel anything from it. It's a spectrum. Personally,
yeah.
don't date.
But generally, they are not particularly interested or inclined in intimate topics by themselves, with sometimes some exceptions. Like even someone who is like that section, like maybe once a year or something, they want to do something intimate, but the vast majority of the time they're simply not interested. There are actually asexual people who are repulsed by physical intimacy, or for example by seeing like sex stuff. But from what I understand, the majority, or at least many of them, they just don't care about it.
Just to date. If I were to date somebody, I would want to be with them in the future. So I can definitely, if I love them enough, I can definitely ignore that. You know, there's no or little to no intercourse, because I want to be with that person and not to do it with that person. I guess I could, yeah, if that answers the question. Is there something
It is
that
possible.
usually...
It certainly will not be easy for a lot of people, but it is something that is feasible. Now, while a lot of people would probably not like thinking too much about this concept, it is probably worth noting that in many cultures along history, even if it wasn't always, most of the time it wasn't set, it was not a social order that was set for very good reasons. The conception of complete monogamy is something that was only really introduced in, I want to say, the early Middle Ages from Europe upwards, I think. Many other countries outside of that, then they tended to have other social arrangements that had varying levels of monogamy or polygamy, or that they did have the conception of a main partner, of a main spouse, or even an officially married spouse, with unofficially recognized secondary partners or affair partners, such as the concubinage system in Japan that apparently was practiced for a long time, and I'm assuming many many isolated, many distant societies. And of course, if you go to the, I'm sorry that we're going into a bit of an kind of anthropological historical tangent. I will get back to the video in a bit. And of course, if you go back as dealing with tribes, then the social arrangements there can be as varied as tribes themselves. They tended to actually be extremely, extremely varied. There was always a sense, I think, of, I don't want to say personal ownership, but there was always a sense of, okay, this person, I don't want to say mine, this person is my partner, at least at this time being. Because I did hear of a few tribes in South America that treated having an emotional partner or having an intimate partner the same way that we will treat having an acquaintance or a sports friend. Something that you just do for a couple of days, and then if you want to move it to someone else, then you just do that and no one minds. It's simply like just a thing that you do. You just move from one person to another and no hard feelings. He escuchado incluso de algunas tribus en Latinoamérica que cambiaban de pareja en pareja libremente en cuestiones de días o semanas, y era visto lo mismo como cambiar de amigo, de compañero de deportes o alguna cosa así. De tal manera que algunas personas estaban no casadas, pero que estaban en una relación íntima por un par de semanas y luego iban hacia otra persona y nadie se sentía herido o molestado por eso. It actually goes to show you just how incredibly socially malleable humans can be. That we can set different kinds of arrangement or expectations for ourselves, and that is what we determine if se cambian como calzones más o menos. That is what will determine if we are hurt or outraged by something or not.
seen as innocent.
Sorry, let's
but it
continue with the
turns you
clip.
on. Maybe winking or like putting hair up. I
Fit.
guess that too, a little bit. But you know, I fold when they like, you know, look at you, smile,
No,
and then
okay.
wink. You know.
Speaking more seriously,
Fold when they like, you know, look at you, smile,
about that.
and then wink. You know. You fold so easy.
something like that, actually, for me, it's actually quite similar, but not necessarily the winking. I'm sorry, a bit of phlegm. Like when, for example, someone looks at me and like they have a mischievous smile or something, that is something that actually makes me pretty weak. And it's not something that happens very often for obvious reasons, but when a woman feels like very elegant, very intimidating, that is something that actually makes me go a bit weak at the knees too.
Easily, that's cute. No, I don't. No, I don't. Would
Yeah,
you
he
rather
does.
be blindfolded or tied up? Doesn't blindfold usually come with restrictions too? That's what
Are
I
we
heard.
actually
So
going
it's
to
either
watch this
being
whole
blindfolded
video?
and handcuffed, or just being handcuffed? Doesn't have to. Really? Well, if it's just separate, then probably blindfolded.
I don't know. It's
Depends.
kinda not
I
a
don't
super
being,
say-so
you know,
video, so I'm not
restricted
sure.
in my movement. Nothing has to. You make your own rules. I guess. I just thought.
Yeah,
that was
with this
like
kind
the
of stuff, you
usual
just
way
make
do
your
it.
own
But yeah,
rules, really.
I guess you can customize it as you like. Biggest
My-
turn off generally in a person when they're rude to staff members.
Yes, that's so
when
true.
They're just mean to people in general.
That's so true. Like, it's so awful when people are rude to waiters. A family member does that, and I hate it. I hate it so much. Like, for me, that's so awful.
General that have done nothing, you know. Generally, just like when I get embarrassed.
Can I be honest about one really big turnoff that I have for some reason? Oh my god, why do I have so much phlegm? I really don't like big miggers. For some reason, I really cannot stand big miggers. I had no idea why, but like it's just so incredibly unappealing when it feels like they are trying to. Oh my god, I'm going to say something so rude actually. When it feels like they are trying to suck up to to someone
To
else.
be around this person in public. I don't want to be embarrassed around you. I don't want to have to like apologize for you. I don't know, pick me. People you just can't talk to, you know? Or you talk about something and
Wait, did he-
for you. I don't know, pick me. People
Wow, so Kaz actually did. Okay, wow. Speak your facts, mister.
you just can't talk to, you know? Or
So
you
apparently
talk
he
about
hates
something
picking
and
his
they bring up something very irrelevant or something. They don't listen to you and they just bring up their own shit. And then you end up talking about their shit, even though you just
That's
you know,
so
you were
awful
excited to like,
too,
talk
yes.
about whatever. I'm just listing multiple things, but
When it
I
feels
mean, they're all
obviously like they
equally
don't
turn-offs
care
for
at all.
me. I want to say I'm only emotionally invested into you after I have like, you know, seen how you are. Until then, it's just testing phase. If I see something that I don't like, I can easily get rid of them. That sounds like
Su
I'm gonna kill them.
mirada-
But I mean like, I can stop thinking about
Su
them if
mirada
there's
me está
something that I
devorando.
immediately
His
don't like.
stare is
Yeah, I
devouring
just
me.
don't invest
Kaz
too
tiene
early.
unos ojos muy
Rank
sexys.
these
Kaz
from
tiene
top
unos
to
ojos y
bottom.
unas
Okay. I think for me,
pestañas
I
muy
say
sexys.
number one, rank these from top to bottom.
Oh my god.
Okay, I think
Traduciendo para los españoles, califica estos tres de más atractivo, menos atractivo. Pechos, muslos, trasero. Oh my god, dude. Okay. Let's hear Kaz first. Escuchemos a Kaz primero.
for me,
Let's
I
hear
say
Kaz first.
number one top is culo, number two is breasts, and number three is thighs. Listen, so as I have explained to you before,
Okay.
nice thighs don't necessarily equal to a nice culo, but a nice
Why did you have to say culo? Why did you have to say that? Why? Why do I have to have so much phlegm? Why? Like, why did you have to say? Why did you have to say culo? Don't.
nice culo almost always equal to nice thighs as well.
Okay,
I'm just
fine.
saying. And then I mean breasts, they're just, you know, they're breasts. What can I say? Next question.
No, it's not just the breast. I know it's really going to talk about this. Look, the breasts are some of the best parts. Breasts are some. Okay, I don't really think too much about this kind of stuff, to be entirely honest. So I don't really have like an actual formal opinion. But my God, I had so much phlegm now. Y tú, Panita, ¿qué te parece atractivo y menos atractivo? And you, friend, what do you think is more attractive and less attractive? Un momento, tengo que sacar flema. Ok. Wow. Siendo sincero, yo no suelo pensar mucho en este tipo de cosas. Por lo menos no en esta clase de términos. Así que no tengo una preferencia particularmente marcada. But like if I had to say like right off the bat, I will say breast, tights, butt. Yes. I guess that will be the rating.
Hey Cass, I hope you're having a wonderful day. Have you ever taken the rice purity test? And if so, can you tell us your score? I can do it right now if you want to, in a different window.
Okay.
Rice purity test.
Good luck.
54, so if it goes down.
Later.
Okay, my score is...
Okay, so that one is like the lower your score is, the less pure you are. Este sería, entre más bajo sea tu puntuación, menos puro eres.
I'll take a screenshot. 52. But you know, it doesn't mean that I did more stuff now. I think it's because I just forgot to click some last time. I mean, 2 is still like room for...
Yeah, a lot of these tests tend to be rather imperfect, to say the least. They always like... and you know, one of the things that I actually really dislike sometimes about these tests is that sometimes the questions are very poorly phrased. Like, sometimes you're not sure, like, the way that they phrase the question, it can be that one thing that you did maybe applies, but you're not sure if they're referring to that thing, to thing A, or they're referring to action B. And you will say yes if it's action A, but you will say no if it's action B. Then you're not sure what to respond to that. And that is the thing that is a little
Has anyone
irritating.
ever had a crush on you and actually committed and confessed?
Yes.
More often than you think. And I'm...
Oh, I am sure that for you many people. I am sure that for you many people had confessed to you, Cass. I am sure. Estoy seguro que para ti muchas personas se han confesado a ti, Cass. Catch in the chat. I will
not
catch in
trying
chat
to
later.
brag, but I'm a person who's like, I'm bad at
Yes, you
saying
are.
no. So I'm also bad at rejecting people. So every time I reject people,
It's
like,
understandable.
I'm sorry,
Like, that
I
is
don't think
difficult.
we can,
That is something
you
that's
know,
difficult.
do that. But yeah, like, it's not like, I don't know. It's just bad because like,
The thing is that rejecting someone always makes you feel so guilty. El tema es que rechazar a una persona siempre te hace sentir tan increíblemente culpable. Like, you feel so guilty for it. El problema es que rechazar a una persona te hace sentir tan culpable. Realmente duele mucho. Duele mucho.
I feel like if I don't give them a chance at all, it just feels so superstitious. Like, you know, they'd feel like, oh, he just saw me and was like, oh, no, not with them. But
Not with them.
It's not like
Not with
that.
them.
It's just, I don't know. Did you ever give out your number because you couldn't say no? No.
Yes, that actually happened to me. That actually happened to me in a convention. Yo, de hecho, terminé dándole mi número a una persona en una convención. Y no quería darle mi número, pero me quedé tan sorprendido por el hecho que repentinamente me preguntaron mi número que me puse, sí, ok, claro, aquí tienes mi número. Y le di mi número. Creo que hablamos por un par de días y después tuve el coraje para armé el valor para dejarle leído. Para dejar a esa persona leído. I think we like texted for like a couple days and eventually gathered up the courage to leave the person on red. I felt a little bad for it, but yeah.
No, I haven't. Sometimes I feel like you think too much about these things. I might do, yeah. If it's someone you don't know, I think this is valid to reject, but if it's a friend, you gotta work it out yourself. Most of the times, it
I
was
don't know what that means,
not
sorry.
somebody I knew for long, though. Yeah, there were some cases, but like most of them were people that have just seen me once or twice, or even just met me. I don't know. But yeah, I'm just bad at saying
Hey,
no.
that thing.
What was the worst date you've ever...
Kachinawan chat. A mí me parece atractivo los chicos de cabello más o menos largo. I find guys with kinda long hair attractive. Está con un poco de suerte entonces, porque mi cabello llega hasta los hombros. Estaba pensando en cortármelo, o por lo menos a tener un peinado un poco más arreglado. You're in luck then, because my hair reaches out down to my shoulders. A little below my shoulders, actually, I think. And I was actually thinking of cutting that I should cut my hair. Like for reference, my hair is a bit longer, a lot less prettier, but a bit longer than the model. But I was thinking that I should cut my hair. And I don't think that this hairstyle, the hairstyle on my model, will actually fit my face, to be entirely honest. But I do want to have a more polished haircut. My hair looks awful. My hair looks ugly. Well, I am ugly, but my hair looks super ugly. My hair looks super ugly.
Ever been on. The worst date I've ever been on was a few years back. I was on a date with somebody and we were like going ice skating, right? My idea, of course, because I think ice skating is just awesome and I think it's a good first date idea. Man. I went ice skating with them on the ice field. Everything went well until we went to take a break in like the restaurant next to the ice field. And we just like talking, right? And I don't think she was listening to me very well. I was like talking. She would like look out the window a little bit, you know, look back at me. I mean, they don't have to keep eye contact all the time, but I just feel like I think she was spacing out a little bit. And then she hits me with the, "Do you always talk that quietly?" And I was like,
Please, F for gas in the chat. Please press F for gas in chat. F for gas en chat. Por favor, press F por gas. F por gas en el chat. ¿Ok? F por gas. Oh my god. Oh no, poor gas. I'm sorry, I just need a moment. Okay, before the
Do you always talk that quietly?
part, I was going to say, I understand that Takir did not want to give a lot of eye contact because for some people, a lot of eye contact can be actually rather intimidating, and especially nowadays they're not used to it. But oh no, poor Cass. She got bored. Still, props to him too for going on a date. I actually did go on a date, come to think of it. I actually kinda enjoyed it. The moment itself was nice. F. XD. La primera cita mía fue mala. Lamento mucho escuchar eso, señorita. Lamento mucho escuchar eso, panita. A veces cuando la primera cita o cuando la primera vez que intentamos algo no resulta bien, puede ser una cosa muy, muy demotivante. Realmente espero que esa mala experiencia no le haya desalentado de intentar conocer a otras personas. Amistades o romances o lo que sea. Que esa mala experiencia no haya cerrado su corazón a poder obtener o poder encontrar cosas bellas en otros momentos. ¿Invitó a sus amigos para la primera cita? He invited his friends for the first date? No! Don't do that! No! I will understand if entenderé si es que él estaba muy nervioso, si es que el chico estaba muy ansioso, muy nervioso, lo comprendería, lo semi-comprendería, pero al mismo tiempo comprendería que la cita no iba a ir en buena dirección a partir de eso. So, if the guy was so nervous was really shy and that's why he invited his friends, okay, that I will understand. But I will also note that the date isn't going anywhere after that. Ok. F por el caído. F por el caído. No. No lo sé, pero I don't know, but cada vez que salía con él invitaba a sus amigos. That's a little strange. Like, perdón, eso es un poco extraño, O sea, si es que cada vez que salían, me imagino que en algún punto se habrán preguntado o habrán dicho, oh, bueno, quisiera que esto sea una cita romántica. Y si es que él ya sabía que eso tenía que ser una cita romántica, es un poco extraño que se haya invitando a sus amigos. If he thought it was supposed to be a romantic date and he get invited his friends, okay, that would have been a bit strange. Okay, so let's continue.
Like we were in a public restaurant. And I wasn't trying to like talk too loudly for everybody to hear.
Hey!
I guess at that time I might have been talking a little quiet, but also I was just talking like I was usually talking in public, because I don't talk that loudly in public because I don't want to have other people listen to our kind of conversation.
Funny enough, I heard that Italians actually talk super loud. Like hanging around in an Italian restaurant, like that's super loud.
Because I know there are people that listen to your conversation.
Gus is German for reference.
So yeah, I mean, I saw her like 1 or 2 times after.
People judge you for your conversations?
So, yeah. I mean,
for your private conversations? That's
like
so
1
weird.
or 2 times after this, but that was already like kind of bad. So yeah.
Bye, Mayo. Grazie mille per essere tornato a questa trasmissione. Grazie. Hello, just dropping by. Hello, how are you?
I gave her
How are you? I hope you'll be having a wonderful day.
I gave her another chance. Come on. You can fuck.
Okay, fine. Yeah. So he was just trying to give her another chance. Him, this beautiful elf, was magnanimously giving this rude lady another chance. That's so not charismatic, charitable of him. That's so charitable of him.
Fuck up once, and I'll forgive you for that. Because you don't know my boundaries. I don't know your boundaries. I gave them one more chance, but...
Well, actually, that makes a ton of sense for the first date, because first date, at least the way they are conceived in English-speaking countries or in most of the Western European countries, are not really done in Latin America. They are not really done in the same way in Latin America. Yo no sé si es que hablo con corrección aquí, si es que hablo correctamente aquí, pero creo que el concepto de una cita o una primera cita de la forma que es concebida en países angloparlantes o europeos no se practican realmente en Latinoamérica. No es que le pides a un extraño, a un completo extraño para ir a una cita juntos o algo así. Realmente suelen ser amigos primero. Sorry, we'll continue with the clip in a bit. Good, huh? Yeah, pretty good. Oh my god. Okay, now it's not going to do that anymore. Wonderful. Good, you? I had been doing okay. There were a few things that I did not expect with the stream. But we're salvaging the stream at the end, at the very least.
Yeah, it just didn't work out. Was it the same the second time? I just felt like she was not interested at all. Just sometimes when you talk to people and you just notice that they don't actually want to talk to you. She probably only went on dates for the free food. I wouldn't want to say that.
Yeah, it's sure you will not. Yeah. Oh no, that hurts. No, that hurts so bad.
But yeah. Do you like to please your partner in the bedroom, or are you more into quickies? I think I keep this in the bedroom only. Most of the times, usually. It's not about the location. I mean, the bedroom's just more comfortable, you know? It's just the best.
But try... Oh my god, I'm actually going to say this. I used to be say so. I swear I used to be say so. Anyways, trying it out... Oh my god. Okay. But having the adventurous spirit to try it out or to try different things out in like different locations is something that can actually add a considerable deal of variety, and at the very least a lot of spice. They do say that variety is the spice of life for that reason, and it will become a funny memory in the future. So it's something that should like be tried within the bounds of reason and safety, of course.
Private, comfortable. I don't know. Quickies mean you must get done with it fast. But
Yeah.
then only my partner would have.
Let's get to it before the light turns green.
Of that pleasure, you know, of finishing. I don't know. Okay, Minuteman.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
buddy, you don't know who you're talking to. You guys are saying okay.
Espera, tengo un soundboard perfecto para eso. Esperen. Wait, just wait. Just you wait. Motherfucker. Where are my soundboards? Soundboard.
Then only my partner would have that pleasure, you know, of finishing. I don't know. Okay, Minuteman.
No, this is
oh,
not.
buddy, you don't know who you're talking to. You guys are saying okay, brother, and stuff, but I'm 100%
Okay, brother.
serious. You don't know who you're talking to. What'd you do?
Okay, Cass. Oh god. We're gonna do a couple of standard clips after this, and I think we finished the FSP section. This has been a clip of all time. Wow.
Aftercare. That's crazy that you just asked that. Yeah,
I mean, at this point, it
Have you
isn't
ever
really
done
surprising, though,
No
isn't it?
Nut November. Not successfully. But I think it's
Okay. Wow.
stupid anyway. I think it's pretty stupid. Why does No Nut November?
One thing that is actually really concerning to me about this stuff about November is that it did end up serving as the vehicle for a lot of. Okay, I don't need to really sugarcoat my words here, but it ended up being the vehicle for a lot of incel rhetoric and for the insertion of a lot of red pill ideology into the common public discourse. Like shortly before things like November or whatever, a lot of the ideas that the red pill or mainstream movements or whatever talk about or expose, they stayed in their own communities. But as these kind of means and propagated themselves, it serves as a sort of introduction for a lot of younger people on the internet to be presented to this kind of, suppose we can say, dangerous ideas in in a way that made it seem fun, in a way that made it seem like some innocent game or something. And of course, it often came to teach young men in the context of them being profoundly dissatisfied with their own lives for a variety of reasons. But while probably originally No Nut November was intended to be like a funny, silly game thing, it is undeniable that it was actually co-opted by a lot of potentially troubling social movements, and that it serves as a vehicle to further their own agenda. Sorry that I ended up talking so much about about that. I probably shouldn't have delved so much into that topic. So let's go.
Even exist? I don't know. Good for you, champ. Hey, what can I say? It's my birthday month. What's the point even? To prove that your will is stronger than your desire.
Yeah.
Anyway, what was your sexual awakening? I don't even know. Oh, I think that might sound like very unusual, but when I was watching an episode of Scrubs, do you know that show? It's a little old, but Scrubs. I believe it was like an episode where they were just like, for some reason, like ladies in a bikini, and I don't know. I guess that was me just like, damn, that's crazy. Anyway.
I need to reduce my...
Be careful what you say. Next question. Would you ever try it from the back? No, do not touch that. What's your top 3 positions?
Okay.
I think my number 1 is... No, let's
Wow,
start from
I know
3.
that's
I
right, this one.
like cowgirl. Number 2
Same.
would be... I don't know how you call that. But it's like when they're like... Actually, no. Number 2 would probably just be 69, I think. And then number 1 is missionary, but like legs up high. Are you okay?
I love this. I love my life. I love the life decisions that led me to this moment. I am happy with the decisions that sorry, I need to smile at this. I am happy with the decisions I had taken in life which had led me to this moment. I love the time that I'm spending here. ¿Atrás de dónde? Cuando dijo si es que lo probaría desde atrás. No, de repente hace calor.
Okay with public display
Public displays of affection. In Europe, I don't know how common they are. In Asia, they're apparently super rare. In Latin America, they are super common. I actually remember once I was watching sorry. I was expecting a takeout order in it's not a restaurant, it's like an ice cream store essentially. And there was a couple there. They started making out, like in the lobby, like where are the seats for the seats and tables, etc. are indoors. And it wasn't like a super intense making out or anything, but like it wasn't something mega discreet either. Like that was a surprise. I could not stop staring for like 2 seconds, and then I just like kept looking at the floor the rest of the time I was there waiting for the order. Recuerdo que estaba en una heladería esperando a recibir mi pedido. Gracias, muchas gracias. Tengo que arreglar el robotcito. El robotcito tiene que ser un poco más organizado. Por cierto, eso me recuerda que tengo que conectar el Integrations Vtubers Studio. Y en dentro del edificio donde estaban las mesas y las sillas del interior. Hola, Dulzura. Había una pareja. Y esa pareja empezó a besuquearse. No era un besuqueado extremo ni nada por el estilo, pero no era algo ligero tampoco. Me quedé mirando por 2 segundos y luego me quedé mirando hacia el piso el resto del tiempo que estuve ahí esperando el pedido. ¿Qué? Es una cosa relativamente común, al menos en mi país. Asumí que era algo semi común en mucho de Latinoamérica, francamente. Un beso apasionado, sí, sería la mejor forma de describirlo. Yo he visto varias veces a una pareja besándose un poco apasionadamente en la calle o a veces dentro de unos locales. ¿Quieres que nos demos uno? Estoy muy tímido. Todas las cosas que dijo Cass ya me han hecho sonrojar mucho. No lo sé. But Asian countries like Japan, Korea, I don't know about China, that is apparently super rare. Like, from what I understand, couples, I don't know if couples even hold hands there. No estoy seguro si es que siquiera las parejas se agarran de la mano en esos países. En Japón, China, no sé de China, perdón. Japón, Corea, etc. En otros países de Asia Oriental me imagino que es algo similar también. Oh, no, sorry, wrong. O sea, sí es típico, pero también es una falta de respeto. It is typical, but it's also like kind of a disrespect to the store. Kind of disrespectful. Sí, sí es muy extremo o muy del estilo, no nos importa que si es que le incomoda a otras personas. Eso se siente como una cosa muy irrespetuosa. If it is like, we don't care what if it makes other people uncomfortable, then that does feel pretty disrespectful. Personalmente, a mí nunca me molestó demasiado cuando una pareja se estaba besaqueándose en público, incluso si eran muy extremos al respecto. Personally, I never really cared too much if a couple was kissing and making out in public, even if they were being like really extreme about it. But I tend to be rather, I suppose we can say, open-minded in that sense. I probably will not even mind if they went way farther than that. Probablemente a mí no me molestaría o no me incomodaría si es que fueran incluso más lejos que eso.
Yeah, like I said, I do get very clingy and very affectionate. So I like it. Golden Retriever boyfriend? Probably, yeah. People say, yeah, I'm stoic, and I can be, but so I like it. Golden Retriever.
Well, I mean, I tend to be actually pretty emotionally clingy as well, so I can understand that a lot. But I don't like the phrase Golden Retriever. Sorry. I don't know why I think it's silly. I just think that it's really silly. I just think that the Golden Retriever phrase, I really need to improve my English. Golden Retriever phrase is just really, really, really silly.
Boyfriend? Probably, yeah. People say I'm stoic, and I can be, but I feel like if I have the right person, I get very clingy. What is your non-sexual turn on and turn off? Turn offs, I already told you, right? Like deal pickers, the red flags. Turn ons, I am very attracted to people's voices a lot. It's not like one specific type, but it's, I don't know. If it's a good voice, it's a good voice. Yeah, we had Winks too. Yeah, okay, Winks as a non-sexual turn on, yeah.
What? Okay.
I guess so. Other than that, I like it when they know how to dress. When they know how to dress well. And I don't know. Like I said,
in my country, a lot of the women of Asian descent, they dress so much more elegantly than other women, and it always makes me so weak at the knees when I see one of those women like dress so incredibly elegant. Like it genuinely makes me absolutely weak at the knees.
Seductive voice? No, not necessarily. Just generally voice. Cute voices. That's what I like. When I'm listening to them and then I just can't help but smile. Cute anime-like voice? No, not anime-like voice. I don't want to listen to like, hello, hi Cassian.
Hi Cassian. Hello. Thank you, Sensei.
No, not that. Just cute voices, you know?
Wow, we are free. Libres como el mar. Okay. Oh my god. Let's read the comments or something. I admire Cass for not being afraid to answer most of the questions, but having boundaries for certain types of questions. Okay, so it is weird. I do think that their outro actually looped, but I don't know why. No. Poor Jojo, they miss it out there. Autosanayo, no hesitation. That was the golden part. Yeah, that was the best. Just do it then, Autosanayo. That was so good. Wonderful. Okay. Wow, we looped it 3 times. Wow. Sander, Netherbrand clips. At this point, I just feel I can finally understand why Gil meant when he said Cass is not a gentleman. I will say, like, the first time that I saw this clip, it actually did really surprise me too. Like, it genuinely did surprise me. Okay, let's play this ad here. And okay, tell you what. Yeah, okay, I know what we're going to do. Okay. Well, let's go. We're going to do two. We're only going to watch like a teaser of this one, the Sander Netherbrand experience.
Doing spicy stuff on YouTube
and then we
limits your employability as a voice actor later on. And I've had some friends that have had that issue before, where they've got
I didn't
large
know
followings
about that,
for like
actually.
doing spicy stuff. And then when they try and transition into doing more traditional roles, it does actually really limit them. What happens when you're voicing a character on, I don't know, Teen Titans on the Saturday morning cartoon, and some Karen finds out that the voice actor for Robin used to do YouTube audio role plays of Sidon getting his calamari ring destroyed? Like,
yeah?
Well, what's that?
Wow, that's actually really unfortunate that they actually had to
going
face that
pretend I didn't
limitation.
say that. So let's I don't listen to spicy ASMR, but like I'm sorry, my tongue moved very fast there. My point being,
It's okay, my tongue is also faster than my brain, so I
that
understand you.
obviously someone will play up and it will create problems.
I would like to think that as long as you don't really stick into kinds of the kinds of media where people can make an issue about it, because if we can be honest about one thing for a moment, generally speaking, those Karens and Sanders' words, not mine. Sanders' words, not mine. Like, maybe some of them really do believe that an actor having done the spicy stuff in the past is bad for a vulnerable audience, an impressionable audience, or whatever. But generally speaking, at least what I observe is that a lot of times it's more that the Karen hates these kinds of like spicy voice actors or whatever in this case, and they look for something that they can attack them with. And it's very easy to find something to attack them with if, for example, they are the voice actor for a Teen Titans cartoons, early Saturday morning cartoon or something. But it is, for example, an animated show for adults or whatever, like the new Devil May Cry or something like that. I like to imagine that then it's nowhere near as much of an issue. An imaginary Vine Bomb plays every time he says something wild. Yeah. Okay. Now let's go for the Sander Netherbrand experience, and I will do a video about male Vtubers. Bless you.
Excuse me.
So cute.
Wherever I was sat, that he was like, "Oh yeah,
So cute.
this is like a valid place for me to sit." Wow, with a head injury,
and then you became a VTuber. That's the worst thing you could do with a
Yeah. Oh no, it's going to worsen your brain condition. If you become a VTuber, it's going to worsen your brain damage. Okay, I didn't see what they said.
Nah, I'd win.
Nah, I'd win. Nah, I win. Okay, I love the music is in the background.
A little about me getting to know you, getting
no
to know you,
subtitles.
getting to know me. And that is that my race is a demon, an incubus, to be precise.
Yeah.
My age is
Yeah.
126 years young, but please don't hold it against me. And my birthday is
Pido
April
disculpas, no
7th.
había
I know
subtítulo en
it's right
español en
around
el
the
momento.
corner, but I'm trying to keep my head about it. After all, 127, big jump for me.
Yeah.
My height is 183 centimeters, not quite as tall as Gale.
It is
but
kind of telling
still
that
enough
all
to
of
keep up
the
with it.
characters in
And my
Avalon
Oshi
are
mark
like
is the
6 foot
purple
tall,
heart, and
with the
Aries
exception
symbol.
of Roscoe. Bless you.
Excuse me. Thank you for the blesses. No, that's not TSKR. That's not. I keep forgetting what the full thing for the abbreviation.
That's got it.
Thing. Okay, I'm stumbling. That's not that. That's not.
Okay, it's in moments like this when his English accent becomes so beautiful.
That's not that. I'm your demon overlord, okay? I'm your demon overlord. My sneezes aren't cute.
Yes, you are.
You've got
Yes, they are,
sneeze
sir. Wow,
compilation
yeah.
Started. Someone clips that. No, it was just.
It's too late.
I've gone like. I'd gone nearly 3 weeks without sneezing on the street.
Su avatar es muy guapo. His model is really handsome. El lore de su personaje es que es un succubus. O sea, hace un demonio sexy esencialmente.
And like wrap himself around me. You know, like full arms around the neck.
No se suele ver mucho, pero la verdad, su modelo, el traje de su modelo muestra muchísima piel. Mucha piel.
And give me a big hug. And obviously, I couldn't take that lying down. I couldn't.
Of course not.
You know, I couldn't. There's a certain level of like, you know, there's a certain level of something. Of one-upmanship that I do have. You know,
yeah.
What can I say? Maybe it's a competitive streak. So I did the perfectly normal, perfectly rational thing, and I then locked my arms around Nayu and pinned him up against the wall, and we pressed foreheads together.
That makes it sound like they were wrestling. That makes it sound like they were fighting. It didn't sound like loving. Milagro Dorado, grazie mille. Thank you so very much for redeeming. Doing the channel redeem of 2 kisses. Wow, okay, and it does say the username now. I am so happy about that. I am so happy about it, actually. Señor Milagritos has gotten 2 kisses. Oh, lucky. Okay, now. And where do I actually have the best? Okay. And where would you like your second kiss, miss? Oh, espera, tiene que ser en español, perdón. Y ¿dónde querría su segundo beso, señorita? Okay.
Oh, hello.
Hey, what's up?
Hello.
Oh no, that's dangerous.
I'm not a shooter. I'm not bad.
Run away!
Don't
Run
worry,
away!
you're safe.
Run away! Please just run away!
I'm trying to figure out how Vents works.
Run away!
Ow! What the fuck?
My disappointment is immeasurable.
Okay.
What the fuck?
Fuck you, Volga. Fuck you. I know you can't hear me, but fuck you. Fuck you. I hope you get rust. I hope you get rust. I hope you fall in salt water and get rust. Okay? I hope you get brittle. I can tell you're a cyborg because you don't have a fucking heart.
I can tell you. Oh, right. Yeah, okay, now I get it.
You play
I could tell you're a sidewell because you don't have a heart.
Suika,
Tremendo odio, sí.
Malam Sindari.
Poor Malem.
Now we just need to find out. Oh, there you are. Okay, good. I was scared of being on my own.
Okay.
Okay, which direction are we going?
So let me check where my tasks are. So I've got one in the cafeteria, and I've got one in the cargo bay.
We're going to watch the last video. Or the just one moment here, please. Here and sorry, I need to confirm if something is about to. Okay. Okay, so we still had some time. Todavía tenemos algo de tiempo. All right. Patito. Patito. Un patito. ¿Está todo bien aquí? Creo que no hay ningún problema técnico. Okay. Next stream, we're going to do a stream solely about reacting to videos. I think it's going to be better like that. I think it's going to be better like that. Okay. And let us see. I am sorry, I'm simply thinking on some. Estoy pensando unas cuantas cosas sobre la marcha. Es por eso por lo que estoy un poco. Okay, the fat man really hard. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's choose a clip. Espera, de hecho, antes de eso, tengo algo especial para los argentinos. ¿Están listos? ¿Están listos? Ok, aquí vamos.
Pues tenemos que entender que esto es un camino de ida que nunca termina. Tengo que ser
siempre el mejor. Mejor que nadie más.
Mi prueba es entrenar mi idea. Yo que acabaré de aquí allá buscando hasta el fin. Pokémon, yo te entenderé. Tu poder interior.
Lo siento, no hay nada que pueda agregar.
Solos. Nuestro destino
no es ideal. Amigo es mundo por defender.
Pokémon, tengo que atraparlos.
real. Nuestro valor será.
Y tú también, Pokémon.
Pokémon.
Hicimos posible lo imposible.
Sí, lo han logrado. Oh. Lo han hecho posible, pero no lo que ustedes querían. Oh, santo Dios. Oh, Dios. Ay, 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 ay. Alto gato. Santo cielo. Y un comentario aquí. Se me privatizaron los ojos. Pikachu, no uses Impact Trueno, hay que ahorrar energía. Hola, dulzura. Oh my god. Santo Dios. Okay. Pikachu. Oh my god. Disculpa, eso no estaba relacionado con nada. Simplemente tenía que... Ah... Táscaro. Táscaro. Oh my god. Okay. Let's close this. Okay, anyways. Oh, and this is the other clip that he was close to editing. I will check it later. I will leave it for the next time. Ah. Dios, eso fue tan hermoso. Continuemos. I actually had a few stuff that I was written for that I had written for this one. Pues back with the what is it? Oh no, it's not here. Bright ends. Next stream will be a co-working stream, and maybe I will actually show you. Maybe I will show you a screen cap of like some of my organizational documents. I think that will be better. Video projects, and it should be reaction to Gordon's video. My Vtubers, excellent. Okay. 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 Let's see if we can record a good reaction clip of this. Veremos si puedo hacer un video un poco más preparado esta vez. Así que estaré hablando de una forma un poco más guionizada. Okay. Salute amici! I wanted to react to a video titled The Truth About Male Vtubers, a clip from Random.org. I actually look up to Mr. Random quite a bit, not only because he's a VTuber who has been in the field for many years now, but also as a fellow cyclist. Randoneuring seems like a formidable sport. I would love to try it one day. That said, the observant individuals might have noticed that Sir Random is a male orc, and thus he has a lot of experience in being a male performer. In this video, he revisits some points that he talked about years prior. So, let's check out some of his wisdom. And ESL, sorry about that. And answer questions like, what is the path forward for male VTubers? Or, are there any tubers covering the demand for orc doujins? Molto bene, ora va. Molto bene, ora va. Okay.
Male VTubers.
Disgusting! Oh my god!
Years or so,
Oh my god, this thing. Okay, well. We had to do the thing again. I swear I'm going to disable all of pre-process keyboard shortcuts. Oh my god. Well. Salute amici! Today, I wanted to react to a video titled The Truth About Male VTubers, a clip from Random.org. I actually look up to Mr. Random quite a bit now, not only because he is a VTuber who has been in the field for many years now, but also as a fellow cyclist. Randoneuring seems like a formidable sport. I would love to try it one day. That said, the observant individuals might have noticed that Sir Random is a male orc, and thus he has a lot of experience in being a male performer. In this video, he revisits some points that he talked about years prior. So, let's check out some of his wisdom and answer questions like, what is the path forward for male VTubers? Or, are there any tubas covering the demand for orc doujins? Molto bene, ora va. Okay.
Male VTubers.
Disgusting!
Nah, I'm just kidding. A little while back, 3 years or so, I made a video talking about whether I thought that the male VTuber debuff existed. Now, I've gained a lot of experiences of male VTubers since then. So it felt right to do a follow-up video on whether or not I've changed my mind. In that first video,
3 years is a long time in VTubing.
I said that I thought that there was no male VTuber debuff at the beginner and mid levels of streaming, and possibly only a debuff at the very highest levels. I had that opinion.
Fair enough. Well, for me, it's difficult to think about how things will be at the very high levels because it simply isn't really a concern for me.
Because I noticed that there were many examples of femme VTubers that I thought were outstanding that underperformed. And although I didn't really state it out loud at the time, other examples of male VTubers that I thought had a following way bigger than what their entertainment value merited.
Okay, fine. Yeah, it was probably better not to mention that at the time, yes.
I saw underrated female VTubers and overrated male VTubers, and to me that meant that there was probably no male VTuber debuff. That was
well, that kind of falls into observancy bias, right? It was only the things that you noticed at the time, but it couldn't possibly have been like a representative sample of the whole field of VTubing. Although I suppose in 2021 there were way fewer VTubers. So, like, maybe someone could get a decent sample size just from their own experience.
2021 me, he's dead now. What do I
F
think
for
in
random.
2024?
For
I
2021
think that
random.
there is a debuff, but it's mostly a passive one, not some kind of evil conspiracy out to screw us over.
Well, I wouldn't really say evil conspiracy, but there are people that do activities like male VTubers. They are a very, very, very small minority. But I do think that there is no denying that at least in some aspects of, in some parts of VTubing, the profound anti-male bias that maybe not be as extreme as like the active male VTuber haters, but that is also held in much softer ways by other elements of VTubing, including sometimes like bigger female VTubers or other actors that do intentionally or otherwise help to shape the wider culture of VTubing. They kind of do push that idea that male VTubers are kind of unwanted or unwelcome, at least for a significant proportion of the audience.
Imagine that you have the ability to view perfect information about the current VTuber audience. Completely accurate stats about every single person in the world right now that watches VTuber content at least once a week. I'd be willing to bet
I can see the numbers.
The total audience tend to skew heavily towards male, maybe about 70% even.
That was probably actually even generous. At some points it was probably somewhere like 80-90%.
Audience was introduced to VTubing through various femme VTubers, Keys and I, etc., etc. This leads to the first thing that
Yeah, in this I see personally a congruence of two factors. The second of which probably kind of flows from the first. At least in the West. Oh no, sorry. Oh no, wrong. Wrong music, sorry. Smart and streamer, please understand. I had the impression that the way anime otaku culture developed made it a very male majority fandom. Many of the anime that got really popular when anime started becoming mainstream, not Main Street, becoming known, fell either into the camp of shonens like Dragon Ball Z or really obscure OVAs that jump the gamut between the ultra-violent or the plain weird. Not to say also the blatantly sexual. Adding to that, the Puritan undercurrents of the US made its culture clash with the considerably more overt sexuality sexuality in a lot of anime. Like back then, I don't know, maybe in the 80s or something, there wasn't as much of a discussion or like a more academic critique, whatever, of like anime having some absurd, I don't know, overly sexualized characters or anything like that. But that was because it was a very niche thing, and the most that there was a critique about that was like a few jokes making fun of an nerd for liking something weird or whatever. But really, the kind of discussions that are being had now, at least about some anime, when it comes to their use of fan service or whatever, they were something that was always going to clash with the with US culture. Okay. There were also a few avant-garde or masterpieces as well, but they were too rare to affect the crowd of the fandoms. Of course, there were the Ghibli movies. There was Akira. There was other. There was I cannot remember the name of the movie. Sorry. There were works that demonstrated that anime could be so much more than shonen or weird ovas or anything. But they were rare, they were not common, and perhaps more importantly, they were not what the average anime fan in the West was particularly interested in. Or it was not the main primary thing that they were interested in. Much like, for example, how Sasae-san is like a really popular anime in Japan, but people almost don't even know the name in other countries, in the Western speaking anime sphere. Because even though it's super popular in Japan, the average Western fan doesn't care about it. It's not interested. Sorry, one moment, please. Sorry. For some reason, I got a lot of phlegm. For some reason. All that made it so that the public perception was that most anime shows were either gender neutral, and even that is probably kind of like I don't know if really gender neutral, or chiefly for a male audience. Of course, there were shoujo animes that also got popular in the West, like Sailor Moon or Orange House Club. Especially Orange House Club was much more obscure than Sailor Moon, I don't think. But they got in later and never really reached the sort of numbers that shonen animes did. Adding to that, I don't know if Sailor Moon had much of this problem, but I heard that, for example, Nausicaa and Cardcaptor Sakura, the producers that brought animes to the US, kinda didn't really like that the main characters were independent women, more or less. I'm overly simplifying it. And they kept insisting in giving a much more protagonic role to the male side characters. So, for example, in Cardcaptor Sakura, in like the US version of Cardcaptor Sakura, the first US version, like, I think they even changed the title so that it wasn't like Sakura did not have such a protagonic role, and it was something like a card catchers or something like that. And they made it seem like Sharon Lee was as much a protagonist as Sakura is. Which if you know even a little about Cardcaptor Sakura, you will know that that just isn't the case. That's just not the case at all. And I don't know if they tried to do a similar thing with Sailor Moon. I don't think they would have been able to do that even if they wanted, because of the way that the original anime is formatted. But for example, they tried to do a similar thing with Nausicaa in that they tried to also make it so that the male side character, the main guy, the kid that is a pilot at the start and that he becomes Nausicaa's ally, like that he was also like a co-protagonist. And maybe it seems like a very small, a very meaningless thing, but it is indicative of the kind of mentality that the people that brought the anime over and the people that consumed the anime tended to have about the, let's say, gender relations, I suppose. About the gender presentation of the shows that they were consuming. Without putting too much of a hammy note on it, the US kingdom doesn't really like women out that much, or doesn't really like femininity out that much. And so they tend to treat it as something that is kinda low-key undesirable. Is it a kind of a harsh thing to say? Mayhaps, but in the years that I had spent observing media from a distance, it does feel like something that there is an undercurrent of that. It does feel like that. Sorry about that. As a small side note, it should be mentioned that at least in the US, there also seems to be a lot of disdain towards female-focused media, an equivalent of the Yosei Muke term in Japanese lexicon, and that ceases at lesser.
I've learned over the last 3 years.
Sorry, apparently I do have a few more things here in the script. Wow, I really did have a lot of writing in this part, didn't I? So the combination of anime being a very unpopular hobby, keep in mind here I'm talking about like the 80s or something, when anime was genuinely a very rare thing. The kind of animes that made it popular, and I'm a bit reluctant to say this, but maybe also some of the bad apples within the fandom probably made a lot of potential female fans assume that there was nothing for them in there, or that whatever was there wasn't worth the hassle. Because even in the US, for example, there are actually a lot of fans of male idols, essentially, counteracting like the common assertion that I see in a lot of VTuber spaces that women just don't care about men. Women just don't want to watch a male being cute or whatever. The ones that do don't really tend to be anime fans, I had the impression. And they tend to be more fans of K-pop, or I suppose like fans of boy bands. And maybe it's not really all that surprising that they're not necessarily female weebs, right? For a lot of them, probably anime feels like something weird, something that isn't for them. Additionally, if a female otaku nowadays was curious about VTubers and went to check the user front page of the Reddit Virtual YouTubers subreddit, I would not blame her at all if she assumed there was nothing for her in VTuber nowadays either. On average day that you go and visit like the Virtual YouTubers subreddit, you are guaranteed to see constant memes about a female VTuber being sus, or like something super male pandering, or at most, if you, on the rare occasions that you see a male VTuber like posting a meme or whatever in there, it always tends to be some kind of like self-deprecating meme or some kind of pro-tuber focused joke. So it's when you see a gestalt or a summation of all these factors, it is not surprising that the demographic, the percentage demographics of VTubing, like being 70-80% male or whatever, are like so lopsided towards males. Because women in general don't really like anime out that much, and I know I am super overgeneralizing here. But also, even the women who will like anime, VTubing is very much a subculture of anime. Like, not everyone that watches anime likes VTubers. It would not at all be surprising if they saw the more popular sides of VTubing and they felt that there was nothing in there for them. Because it just feels very male pandering. I suppose we can be honest about that. A lot of Vtubing feels really male pandering. Oh man, it feels a bit harsh to say, and maybe I'm being a bit rude, but it is. It is. We can be honest about that part. We can be honest about that at least. And yeah, they're just going to go for something else. They're just going to go for K-pop or for anything other thing. As a side note, I actually don't know what the gender ratio will be in the Japanese or East Asian fandom, where many of these barriers simply didn't exist. Actually, there is one thing that I forgot about. For example, a potential female fan checking the VTuber fandom. It is not only that the most famous faces of VTubing are something that are very male pandering, like a lot of female VTubers, or just the general sense, the general vibe of the world scene. But also, the male VTubers that are not ProTubers have very, very, very poor marketing, outreach. I don't know how to say it. But like, I imagine that even, for example, the female fans that like Holostars, the female fans that like Niji or something. Well, Niji probably not, because they always been co-ed, so the guys had always had more or less the same level of marketing. They probably also discovered VTubing through a female VTuber. The thing is that a lot of male VTubers don't really get as many clips as female VTubers. They don't really get as many. I don't want to say fan art, but like they don't get the same kind of word of mouth that than a lot of female VTubers do. So not only the general ambience, the general vibe of the scene, of the VTuber scene, already makes a lot of their potential fans think that there is nothing in there for them. But the few, let's say, I suppose, female pandering or whatever, VTubers that are there, just don't get a lot of publicity. They simply don't. And as a side note, there are a lot of VTubers or ProTubers that do pretty well, and that I do believe actually do really pretty well. But because that's not an area that I'm very familiar with, it's not something that I can actually like really speak too much about. Although, well, technically I had something like anywhere between like a 40% to a 70% male. Sorry, 40 to 70% male audience. More 40 to 60% really. So technically, I am also sort of a ProTuber. It's weird to think of, but yeah. Okay, and we can continue here with the video. Sorry, I did not think I was going to spend so much time talking about this.
And consumers are very, very picky. A person hops on YouTube to watch your videos or your streams on topic A. It is almost impossible to get them to watch your video that you made about topic B. They only want A from you. Even if they like topic B, they've already got a guy for topic B. You're their topic A YouTuber, and you're going to stay that way.
Viewers tend to be very, very spoiled for choice, and I suppose that also the way that the site lays itself out, like the web design, the site layout, also kind of encourages that topic, with like YouTube constantly trying to get you to click on some of the side videos, or sorry about that, or having all of your subscriptions separated. Like, sorry, I don't really know how to put it into words, but it does feel like YouTube itself kind of pushes that sort of like segmentation of audiences a lot.
The current VTuber audience as a whole heavily favors watching femme VTubers. That's why they got into the niche, and it's borderline impossible to get them to switch. But it's not because...
Well, I mean, a switch from like a male watching a male VTuber to a female VTuber is not like from topic A to topic B. I thought that with topic A and topic B, it meant, for example, like, I don't know, a VTuber doing singing videos and then suddenly like also doing Zatsu or gameplay compilations or something like that. But especially with the parasocial element in VTubing, like changing the gender of a VTuber of a different gender is not like a simple topic change. It's like a pretty major change. It's actually like a really, really major change. And yeah, like Mr. Random says, the reason why the majority male audience got in here in VTubing was because they love a female VTuber and they want to watch more of her. Contributing to that, at the start, from what I know, virtually all of the big VTubers, like this is like 2017, etc., like at the very start of VTubing, they were female VTubers. So by definition, anyone that got into VTubing through the parasocial lens that ended up being the main thing in VTubing only had a female VTuber to latch onto. So only people that were into women for that kind of emotional intimacy or parasociality will have become VTuber fans. And it tends to compound from those kind of demographics tend to compound themselves until or unless like there's a big change that happened either gradually or suddenly. It's no secret that VTubing is considered a parasocial element to it and from the start. Okay, yeah, this is just talks about the emotional intimacy aspect. Okay, wonderful. That's about it for the script that I had pre-wrote. So let's
because
go
they
for the
hate
rest.
dudes or something. This is just a general quirk about viewers, content consumers. There's probably even a sizable chunk of VTuber fans that enjoy watching male streamers, but they prefer facecam streamers and not VTubers for that.
And I was very curious why there was such a difference for it. And it's probably going to sound a bit raw for me to say this. And do keep in mind that I often like just hypothesizing freely. But I really do believe that a lot of the kind of rejection that the kind of typical streamer audience has for a lot of male VTubers is on some level at least inspired by some degrees of misogyny. What do I mean by that? Oftentimes when I see commenters discussing about the topic of male VTubers, one of the biggest rejections that I see from people is well, I mean, when... Sorry, I'm gonna play an ad here. Come on, ad, come on. Please, Sir Clancy. Excellent, okay, thank you. Like, I saw more than one comment saying, essentially saying, I mean, when I watch a...
When I watch a Flash streamer, a male Flash streamer, he's a guy just like me, and it's like we are just hanging around and we are seeing something, doing something fun. But when I see an avatar, when I see a male VTuber avatar, I just don't like the pretty boy model at all, and I hate it that I feel that they are going to pander to Fuyoshis or something dumb like that.
And of course, there are also the kind of people that this is also not like a very nice thing to say, I suppose. But there are more than a few people in VTubing that are pretty... what people colloquially say bigoted, that are pretty close-minded. And a lot of them do experience a lot of rejection. They are, I'm not gonna mince words here, they are chats, and they experience a lot of rejection with a guy doing something that is seen as a traditionally feminine work. Never mind that in Asia actually it's actually super common. There is a long history of males being entertainers, idols, singers, etc. But because they believe that VTubing is unmanly, then they tend to assume that the kind of people that, the kind of men that get into VTubing are either manly or that they get into VTubing for dishonest reasons. Let's just say it like that. So essentially, one of the big reasons is not just that, for example, oh well, I mean, I just don't really like anime boys or something like that, but that they carry the probably subconscious assumption that if it's an anime pretty boy, it's either gay, it's either for women, it's either stupid, it's either dumb or something like that. It's not for a straight man, and so I don't like it. And given that especially straight men tend to be particularly bad at being naturally... Oh, I forgot the soundtrack, man. I'm a terrible easy streamer, sorry. I'm actually going to fix something here a little bit. A lot of straight men tend to be naturally bad at being more open or being more concedientes. It's not the right word, but yielding to the preferences of other demographics. They tend to attack that as something that doesn't appeal to them a lot, as something that is trash and something that shouldn't happen, essentially. Sorry about that. So I do believe that the general perception that because male VTubing is something that is meant to appeal to women, regardless of how true that actually is what causes a lot of the rejection from a significant sector of the VTuber audience. We also have to admit a little, and again, I'm sorry that I'm saying so many kind of rude stuff, but when I see the kind of people that are the typical VTuber fan, I am not exactly surprised that they react so badly to the stuff that is for women, or to try to understand things that do not appeal to straight men. The stereotypes are there for a reason. I'm just gonna say that. Like, a lot of VTuber fans are a little bit, I don't know. Man, I am being mean today. I'm actually being pretty mean. Sorry about that. Do remember that I'm actually like generalizing a lot, and I am used to my halo. I am used to speaking in a very blunt, direct manner, because I tend to discuss ideas with other people. So yeah. So I do apologize if sometimes, like I say, something that is a bit too blunt. Okay. En verdad.
And there's nothing wrong with that. People shouldn't be judged about having preferences. Let people like what they like in peace. So where does that leave us poor, homeless VTubers in 2024? Real talk. If you come into VTubing with the intention of building a viewer base of people who already know and like VTubers, you're gonna have a bad time. I mean, think about it. That means your target audience is someone who already has a favorite VTuber. It's gonna
And at least in the sense of a cameo, that is something that is incredibly difficult for a person to change. In the sense of a Noshi, yeah, maybe. But there are only so many hours of the day, and because VTubing tends to be so incredibly insular, there doesn't tend to be a lot of new audience moving into the medium. Also, probably in part because of the kind of presentation, like the wider reputation issues that it has. Because sometimes I speak with people who are not like into VTubing, and they do not have a good they do not have a positive concept of VTubing. They do not have a positive concept of VTubing. And the ones who are not like, let's say, prejudiced against VTubers, they do tend to think it's some pretty weird stuff. Like it's not something that they naturally understand. So the audience tends to actually be pretty close in the wider VTuber sphere, and they are already set on their own ways. So I wouldn't really say that it's like super difficult or mega impossible or anything to break into an already established VTuber fan base. But I will say that it probably is much more difficult compared to another audience.
It's gonna take so much time and energy to convert them over to your camp. Even if you manage to do it, it won't feel good. At least
No, for me, it will actually feel pretty good. For me, I mean, I will be happy with any fan at this point. So
it wouldn't feel good to me. The
I don't
better
care.
mindset is to find someone out there who either has no idea what a VTuber is, or even someone who knows but dislikes VTubers.
Well,
Make
good
that
luck with that.
person into your fan because you're just that entertaining.
Well, that is something that would probably work better for someone like Random, because Brandon is like a very much like Mr. Random, because Mr. Random is very much a brotuber. And so the kind of audience that is more outside the idol stick is they are going to be much more open to a brotuber than they are going to be to a Yosimuke VTuber or something like that, to a female pandering VTuber. Because again, a lot of cultures around the internet, they tend to kind of like denigrate or think of female-centered media as lesser. And so if it's something that appeals to men, then it doesn't really have that kind of a stigma. No entiendo nada. Oh, perdón, me olvidé de agregar subtítulos en el... Oh, lo lamento. De acuerdo. Bueno, más vale tarde que nunca. Perdón. Pero esencialmente estoy haciendo un ensayo de videos. Pido disculpas que está tomando tanto tiempo. Simplemente son muchas ideas que voy hilando.
That way, that fan will be way more loyal than someone who's already out there in the VTuber space just shopping around, right? It makes sense.
I suppose when I did a very small poll, practically all of my fans were people who already knew VTubers. But that might also be a result of the fact that I used to do a lot of reaction streams.
Here's another piece of advice. Think of something that you're obsessed about, preferably one that doesn't already have a VTuber associated with it, and make funny, entertaining videos and streams about that topic. It could be
We are actually preparing to do a bunch of shorts and maybe videos about classical art and about history. Like, I'm actually going to do a short about the quote-unquote creation of the Sistine Chapel. And also, probably about the histories of the creation of some of the most famous work of Il mio maestro, Michelangelo di Lodovico Buonarroti Simoni. Sorry, I'm just remembering something. And I also want to read a few Shakespearean speeches, and also try to get more, like I said, into literature and theatrics. That is something that is so outside anime that I kind of had a lot of thoughts. Not just a lot, like I am actually pretty sure that it won't really create traction at all in between. But I do have at least the hope that at least some people will like it. And then I could at least occupy the niche as the art center at Vtuber. At least if I do a good job at it, which, considering my record of scuff, is very much not a guarantee.
A very replayable video game with a small but dedicated audience. Some kind of
Yeah,
hobby,
for
like
example,
woodworking,
yeah.
or a subgenre of hentai that people are super into for some reason, like moth girls, of course. I don't know. The number one mistake that I see new VTubers make is copying the people in the big leagues.
Okay.
They did not get to their size by doing the thing that
Works? Okay.
They're doing right now. Think of your favorite VTuber and do a little digging. I bet you they did something very specific, like getting to Grandmaster in Overwatch or ASMR or...
Yeah, the kind of VTubers that got really big, like the ones that we all know, Miss Bao, Miss Shy Lily, the talents in Hololive, Luxian, etc. There was always something, Shoto as well, of course. There was always something that happened that gave them that breakthrough. Not gave them, that helped them to have that breakthrough. Of course, they were also doing like a ton of work in the background and a ton of groundwork and general polishing their skills to get to that moment. But there was always something that made them go from, like, to say it in a way, from 10,000 subscribers to 100,000 subscribers. There's always like something that got them to where they are.
Or something else like that to get to where they are now. You look at them doing variety streaming right now, but variety streaming is a trap for growing streamers. Hell,
yeah, certainly. I certainly had a lot of that experience. It's unfortunate that I cannot do anything other than variety streaming because I cannot play video games and like, I cannot do ASMR on YouTube. So I am stuck.
Germa started out making Team Fortress 2 videos. Ludwig was a Smash Brothers Andy, you know, stuff like that, and so on. I believe that you are an interesting person and that other people out there will find you interesting as well.
You flatter me too much.
And think about what you genuinely enjoy and obsess about. And I
had a lot of fun doing video editing, to be honest. I actually had a lot of fun doing video editing. And I do hope that the gameplay compilations, there is one that I'm doing that is kind of sort of like Freeman's Mind or Freeman's Thoughts, I don't remember. You know, the Rosa Scott, like, Let's Play. Yeah, the super old one from Machinima. And I had a ton of fun with that one. I actually had a ton of fun with that one. Because it also helped me to play into the lore character. To be entirely honest, and this is something that I really wish to thank Miss Giga for, because I saw one video of her advising this. I actually had enjoyed doing videos a ton more than streams. I actually enjoyed videos a ton more than stream because I feel I had much more control over everything. On a stream, I now was like super nervous, super anxious on a stream, I now was super anxious out of my mind. And at least in my opinion, my ESL gets a ton worse when I do any streams. Like, I speak really badly during streams.
guarantee you that there are at least a couple million people out there that would love to hear you yap about it. Oh, one last thing. I said that the male VTuber debuff was mostly a passive one.
Well, at least some people did say that they like hearing me yap. I can catch up with Chavo on a little thing. Cuando lo veo, siento que me va a comer ese ogro. When I see him, I feel that ogre is going to eat me. No, Randa no te va a comer. Él es un buen oficinista. Es un orco que trabaja como oficinista. He's an orc that works as an office worker. Él es pacífico, él es amable. Para ser un poco rebelde, él se tiñó el pelo en esta parte. To be a little rebel in his office, he dyed his hair red in this part. Wow, what a rebel. What a bad boy. What a bad boy.
Mostly. I'm going to be honest with you. There is a tiny but intense group of people out there that seem to really hate male VTubers.
Yeah.
They probably hate on male VTubers more than they actually watch their favorite, which is kind of...
A lot of them are also like cheat posters, to be entirely honest. They just kind of want to start shit. So it's not so much that they probably don't even really had like a real fan, a real favorite, VTuber favorite. They just kind of like want to make problems. And again, as I mentioned, there is a non-zero number of people in VTubing that are either bigoted themselves or come from cultures that had very regressive conceptions of gender roles. And when you get those kinds of people, it's kind of natural that they're going to like express a lot of disdain towards men that they see as lesser. And again, there are also the ones that would like it to be just a straight man at Teroshis and no one else, because that's how a lot of straight men are. That's just how a lot of straight men are. That's just how a lot of straight men are. We can be honest about that. I am saying a lot of blunt stuff in this video.
crazy to me. When I got into this space, I didn't even know that they existed. I was just a fan, you know, from the OGs of the pre-streaming era to the big corpos of today. Running into them gave me quite a shock because I don't really hang out in the community spaces of my hobbies. I just kind of enjoy it in a vacuum. Anyway,
You're a wise man.
If you're a male VTuber and things are going pretty well, you will probably run into these people eventually.
Okay, I like Mr. Random to speak a bit more, and then I will
I
let
do
my
not
best.
think that these people represent VTuber fans. I would advise that you ignore them and you keep doing your best to entertain your true fans, the ones that find you interesting. I do not think that these haters represent a real male VTuber debuff.
Obviously, I do try to. I will try to avoid a lot of past life mentions, but well, in the English sphere, I mean, we all know who Mr. Random was before being Random the Orc again. But one moment, please. Sorry about that. I was sneezing. The agency that Mr. Random used to be a part of is in some ways notorious for holding a greater number of the audiences in Vtubing that will be more hostile to a male Vtuber. Una buena parte de... disculpen, hablan... casi... I was speaking Spanish there. Casi hablé en español ahí. And that is in some ways a natural result of the fact that that agency went really hard on their sale of female idols, and because they never really address the more extreme elements in their fan bases in a very solid way, nor was there ever like any kind of really big concerted effort for the elements within that fan base to get them to not attack the male side of that branch. It was only natural that the kind of people, and I don't want to say just unicorns because they're not really unicorns. They're not necessarily unicorns. But the kind of people that hate male VTubers as a general concept, and that hate those male VTubers of that agency in specific because they are part of the same agency as the OGs that they love, but not because of jealousy as is commonly believed. I genuinely do not think it's because of jealousy, or at least not primarily. Those kinds of people felt way more at home in the fan base of that agency. It's probably pretty telling that I'm not going to name any names, but when one indie female VTuber accidentally admitted that another male VTuber was her boyfriend, almost no one in her fan base really reacted. I always forgetting. I keep forgetting. I keep forgetting the background music. I'm sorry. Okay. But anyways, when she said accidentally that this other male VTuber was her boyfriend, very few people like really had much of an issue, like did any chaos with that. Which is very telling of the incredible, tremendous difference that fomenting and cultivating a specific kind of audience can make. In any kind of field of entertainment, but I suppose especially in the kind of VTuber sphere, VTuber idol sphere, where it is, to be entirely honest, not unreasonable for certain parts of the audience to set certain expectations for the agency, for an agency, or for an entertainer, if the agency markets itself that way. Anyways, briefly, Mr. Random was exposed to much more of that hate because of the fact that the agency that he was a part of at that time fomented a culture that also had the side effect of having, I don't know, 10%, 20% or whatever of their fan base being the kind of people that will especially dislike male VTubers. If he was part of, I don't want to say any names, but the other big agency, for example, maybe he would have actually gotten a bunch of hate, but it would not have been anywhere near as much, near as pronounced. Or he was in a smaller agency, as long as it was much more separate, or as long as they actually made much more of a firm stance against those kind of behaviors, then he also would not have gotten as much hate, if for no other reason that the unicorns, or whatever you want to call it, it would have known that they had a better home somewhere else. It would have known they would have had a better home somewhere else. Okay, I can say one last blunt thing, which is a bit of a crazy thing to say, I suppose, but there's a reason why the most recent all male gen of the other big agency, that debuted recently, they are all male, but they do not have this kind of problems, like nowhere near close. I think probably even when they interact with the female VTubers of that agency, I'm sure that they get hate, but it's nowhere near as pronounced as was Brandon and some of the other VTubers they're gone. And there is a reason for that. It's not just what they do, what the agency itself does, but by the simple fact that the kind of fan base that congregated around that agency, for all its many faults, was not the kind of fan base that will hate on male VTubers. Cada vez me da más miedo el mundo VTuber. The VTuber world scares me more and more each time. Tiene sus luces y sus sombras. Tiene sus luces y sus sombras. It has its lights and it has its shadows. There's a reason why I often say that even though I am frustrated by being so small, I am happy that the audience that I found so far has always been so incredibly positive and quote unquote healthy. Hay un motivo por el que yo suelo decir en que, aunque me frustra ser un VTuber tan pequeño, sí estoy contento por el hecho de que la audiencia que he encontrado hasta este punto ha sido una audiencia mucho más positiva y, entre comillas, saludable. And I say that in quotes because I don't mean to say that you people are not healthy or something like that, but rather that I am not sure what other word to use, but essentially that they are a good audience, someone that people that I'm actually happy to see. Y digo saludable entre comillas, no porque ustedes no sean saludables, sino porque no sé qué otra palabra usar, pero en resumido, el hecho de que ustedes son personas dulces y que son gente que yo estoy contento de ver. If I had to deal with some of the crazier, more silly, more dumb people of VTubing, some of the more dumb fans of VTubing, like that would be so awful for me. It genuinely will be so bad. Ah, man. Which again, I am sorry that I speak in such a blunt manner. I'm actually surprised by how bluntly I speak. I used to be a lot more blunt actually in the past because again, I was used to debate with people or to actually pursue ideas, and like I was kind of an academic, I guess we can say it like that. So I tend to be very accustomed to my voice. I tend to be very accustomed to like seeing things and saying things in a very direct manner. Ok, bueno. Pido disculpas que estoy diciendo muchas cosas de una forma tan increíblemente directa. Yo solía ser parte de la academia. Yo solía ser un académico, podemos decirlo de esa forma. Así que estuve acostumbrado a discutir y debatir ideas, incluso ideas con las que realmente no estaba de acuerdo, y a analizarlas y a vociferar, explicar mis ideas de una forma muy directa. Ok.
They're just a potential stumbling block if you give them too much attention and create unnecessary drama for your community to worry about. So make your space a fun and exciting place and kick out the bad eggs. Don't even feel bad about it. See it as protecting your community. All right.
Yeah, it's very important to also know how to prune out the bad sets. It's like really important. ¿Está facha? Gracias. Oh, felicidades a quien sea que esté facha.
That's my retrospective on male VTubers. Peace.
Peace. Parece. Paz. Pache. Wonderful. Oh, man. So, the original video is 5 minutes. And this recording is what? 30 minutes. Oh, no. That's awful. That's awful. Well, okay. So that was actually random theory speaking about the truth about male VTubers. So I am going to take a small break and we're going to go for the closing Zatsu. Does that sound well? I hope so. Okay. Voy a descansar un par de minutos y luego iremos al Zatsu. ¿Eso suena bien? Okay. Hello. ¿Se porta mal? Tengo que conseguir un asset de una chancla. Tengo que conseguir un asset de una chancla. Oh, vaya, no puedo creer que me olvidé de prenderle música en el fondo. Wonderful. Today's stream was a failure. La transmisión de hoy fue un fracaso. When I stream, I actually tend to analyze. Well, no, I will go into that later. But I tend to actually fret about a lot inside my head. Like streams actually make me really anxious. I am constantly thinking of what should I do? Why are not people joining? Why are people leaving? What are the things that I'm doing wrong? What are the things that are not working in the stream? How the stream can work better? And I am constantly asking myself that. Cuando estoy haciendo una transmisión, ahora que pienso, probablemente esto es algo que casi no se nota. Pero en realidad estoy pasando un momento bastante de extrema ansiedad dentro de mi cabeza. Y me estoy preocupando muy constantemente sobre estoy haciendo bien esto, estoy haciendo bien aquello, están bien los niveles de audio. Disculpas. ¿Por qué no está viniendo la gente a la transmisión? ¿Acaso hice algo mal? ¿Por qué se está yendo la gente? ¿Qué son las cosas que puedo hacer para que se vea más entretenido? ¿Por qué esto está tan desorganizado? ¿Sabes? No me di cuenta de los pronunciados que eran los melones hasta que lo mencionaste, panita. Pero después de que lo mencionaste, me fijé en el video y santo cielo, realmente. Melones. Okay. Gracias, necesitaba esa risa. Y constantemente me estoy preguntando qué es lo que no se está haciendo bien. Y mientras dure la transmisión, observo y me doy cuenta de todas las cosas que no están saliendo bien. Y hay muchas cosas que no están saliendo bien. I'm also freaking around so much because as I am like seeing the stream or like getting a feel for how the stream goes, or for example how I think, okay, how is this stream looking from the perspective of the viewer? And sometimes when I rewatch my own bot, I keep paying attention to and noticing all of the things that go wrong during the stream. And a lot of things go wrong. A lot of things go wrong. Gracias de verdad, panita. Realmente me anima a escuchar todos los lindos momentos. Es verdad. Oh, sí, tío, Don Lucien está aquí cocinando foie gras. Ese por lo menos fue un buen momento. De hecho, ese video fue un buen momento. Estaba pensando medio contento en el hecho de que por lo menos sí hubieron unos cuantos videos que se pueden rescatar de esta transmisión. Por lo menos eso sí me pone contento. Eso por lo menos sí me pone genuinamente contento. I can be at least genuinely happy about that. Quite genuinely. Y I know that I said that I see a lot of stuff that goes wrong, and now I say also that I do tend to feel really disappointed in the streams, in the performance of the streams. I should not be having this kind of problems. I should not be having this kind of errors 1 year into it. But I'm still happy that I criticize myself so much on this, because I feel ese video era increíble. That video was wild. That video was just wild. I feel that it opens the door a lot to being able to improve. For example, today I did realize why is it that I fret so much in my head, or rather, I realized why is it that I cannot connect a string of thought so well. Aunque sé que digo que me siento bastante decepcionado a veces con las transmisiones, y que realmente a veces me es un poco doliente o autodecepcionante ver y darme cuenta de todas las cosas en las que fallo. Aún así estoy contento con observar y fijarme en todas las cosas que no hago bien, porque por lo menos me da la apertura, me da la posibilidad de mejorar en esos aspectos y de abrir camino a que vayan yendo bien. Pero siendo sincero, siendo ya un año, más de un año de que estuve haciendo esto, yo no tendría que estar teniendo esta clase de errores. No tendría que estar así de poco preparado. Contestando un poco al chat, perdón. Billetes, billetes. Vimos un ogro educado. Lo cómico de eso es que de hecho Random es alguien bastante caótico. Él es todo un rockero, de hecho, Random. Yo he visto unos cuantos de sus transmisiones y es alguien... He's wild. Random is wild. We can say that. Yo de hecho he visto unas cuantas de sus transmisiones. Random es todo un rockero. Podemos decirlo de esa forma. Luego un VTuber nunca intentó hacerlo por detrás. Sorprendente, realmente sorprendente. Cass es realmente increíble. Eso no me esperaba para nada de ese video. Ese VTuber que le gusta el trasero. De verdad. Oh, you can actually... No, it's the same though. Alright. That's weird. Disculpa, estaba probando algo. Por ejemplo, hoy me di cuenta de por qué me es tan difícil hilar un pensamiento coherente a medida que estoy hablando en la transmisión. E idealmente eso me da el hincapié o me da la posibilidad para mejorar en ese aspecto en el futuro. And I really need to improve my ESL. I really need to improve my English pronunciation. Like a ton. Really need to improve it a ton. Here's to hoping that next week turns out better. Here's to hoping that we can take the lessons from this stream and next week turns out better. Step by step. Ojalá que la próxima transmisión salga mejor. Ojalá que podamos tomar las lecciones de la transmisión de hoy y que la próxima transmisión salga mejor. Poco a poco. Ok. Fue divertido. Yo me divertí, panita. Gracias de verdad, panita. Eso significa oro para mí. Muchas gracias de verdad. Un momento. Disculpen, estuve tosiendo un poco. Tengo mucha flema ahora. I got a lot of phlegm today. ¿La abraza? Gracias. Un abrazo a ti también. Alright. What is that quote by Sir Winston Churchill? Right. That's a strange thing actually to end a Vtuber stream with a quote from Winston Churchill, but like... Okay. Success is not final. Failure is not fatal. It is courage to continue that counts. Let me read it again actually. Success is not failure. Failure is not fatal. It is courage to continue that counts. Once more, because for some reason now I actually feel comfortable here speaking in the English. Okay. También descubrí que tienes el cabello largo. Un poquito, sí. Hasta más o menos hasta donde están las flores de mi hombro. Creo que llega más o menos hasta ahí. Pero realmente tengo que recortarme el pelo. No más corto, sino que tenga más molde, más lindo. Ahora está bastante desorganizado. No es un peinado lindo. Guapetón, gracias. Success is not final. Failure is not fatal. It is courage to continue that counts. That sounded like a decent English actually. I'm surprised. El éxito no es final. El fracaso no es fatal. Es el coraje para continuar lo que cuenta. Espera. El éxito no es algo final, ni es el fracasar algo fatal. Es la valentía para seguir adelante lo que realmente cuenta. Perdón, sí, va un poco en contra de la costumbre. Hay algunos que son más abiertos para postear su propia persona junto al modelo del VTuber, pero yo soy un poco purista en ese sentido. I'm a bit of a VTuber purist in that sense. Entonces sé que, por lo menos lo que respecta al canal Alconis, sea totalmente un VTuber. Alright. So, let's have the courage to continue forward. Tengamos la valentía para seguir adelante. Este ha sido Alconis da buena roti y VTuber que vuole regardi felice. Muchas gracias a todas las personas que vinieron hoy. Gracias a Milagros Dorado, pendiente número 1. Gracias a cool username. What was his name actually? Thank you to Ubu Bear. Oh, no, sorry. Come on. No. Scroll. Come on. Oh, no, I don't find it here. Wait. Thank you to... Where is it? Thank you to Bear Mayo. Thank you to... What was his name? Cool username? Thank you to Sponta64. Right, yeah. Thank you to Epic Person 2001. Oh, Epic, yeah. Soy yo. Yo soy la pana número 1. Tú eres la panita número 1, sí. Excelente. Bueno. Gracias a todos. Thank you to everyone. See you next week. No, don't. Okay. 10 segundos. Okay. Deja de fijar. Eso fue un accidente, perdón. Why? Okay. Sorry. I need to do custom emos later. Aquí. Excelente. Adiós, panita. Cuídate mucho. Tú también, panita. Toma mucha agua. La necesitaré. De acuerdo. Nos vemos. Adopo, Michi. Nos vemos. Adopo. Sí, ya.